once again.
Welcome to BPL, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. It is our final week of regular play here, at least for our A-League teams, which we will see in action tomorrow. For our B-Leaguers tonight, it's just kind of like a regular day at the office. It's going to be our Week 5 games here. I'm your host, Jimmy. I'm joined here by Worst and Ippy. Our first match tonight is going to be Heartbreakers taking on Redwood. Worst, we've seen last week that Redwood, they can be beaten, and it was probably the closest match that we had in the season so far. Do you think Heartbreakers can repeat what Goliath did and bring this team to 3-2 tonight?
So obviously Redwood being shown that they're mortal, obviously in this system right now in this round robin, but Goliath has to be the most interesting series of events for them in terms of match scores. Like they're beating teams that they normally would like they're losing the teams they should beat, they're winning against teams they shouldn't be, and then they beat Redwood, and it's just all over the place for them. So it's hard to kind of get down where Goliath is in all this, and if it was an off week for Redwood, if it is indicative of maybe a bigger problem that is just now rearing its head, I don't quite know. But Heartbreakers, on the other hand, I mean, they have some solid wins, but they are against the bottom two teams right now in the league, which is Hayden and Gerald. So it's hard to put a lot of stock in Heartbreakers.
Yeah, as you can see, here's our direct comparison of their schedules. I would say pretty even. Both teams played some good teams. Both teams beat some better weak teams. So this should be a good matchup, all things considered. We can actually take a look at our schedule tonight. We have 4 matches in B League. As usual, all the teams are playing tonight. Some good matchups tonight. I'm especially excited for our third one because we saw the Gerald fan club glow up last week, and they're actually scrimming again. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against one of our better teams, Atomic. But for now, let's talk about our first match. So we have Heartbreakers on the other side. Looking at them, they had a tough loss last week against 7 Piece, but they look pretty good, I would say. Some people had them as the worst team in their preseason power rankings, but currently they sit in one of our coveted top 4 spots. Ippy, would you say they are quite happy with how it's been going so far?
I would say, like, up until last week, probably yes. I think both teams, both Heartbreaker and Redwood, coming in with something to sort of prove, I guess. They both took losses last week, both perhaps unexpected losses last week. So I think they're both looking to come back in, look to prove, hey, that was just an off week for us. This is our real strength. And I expect, like, on the opposite end, our last game of the match is Goliath versus 7Piece, both the teams that beat these 2 teams. So they also have something to prove in that match as well. I think it's going to be a great day overall for matches today. But yeah, no. But I think Heartbreakers can make it into the top, keep that top 4 spot. But they've got to come up with something good today to go against Redwood.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the rosters, not a lot has changed. We have some other teams later that have some roster moves. We're going to talk about them when we get to them. But both teams, I would say, have some players who could be considered MVP candidates. Most notably, I would say Dragonwatch on Heartbreakers. He's just had a really good season so far. On Farah and Hanzo, putting in some clutch performances. Like I said last week, he couldn't quite close it out, but he's still definitely one of the better players in that match. Do you guys think that tonight he could pull off a flatter deadlift, much like we've seen from maybe Coconut last Sunday?
I mean, definitely, like, Dragonwatch is like the star player on Heartbreakers, I think. But at the same time, he has got a very limited hero pool. We've not really seen him much off the Hanzo, Genji, Farah. Obviously, they've been playing around that really well. But there definitely is like a weakness there, I think, that Redwood could exploit as part of this game.
Yeah, I think it's hard to expect any DPS player right now in B League right now to deadlift in a capacity, because Coconut's a different breed. I mean, you cannot compare anyone to Coconut really in this entire league, in A League. So I don't think I can really expect anyone in B League to pull off a deadlift. But can they do very solid work? Yes, we've seen that already. From Dragonwatch, we already know he's capable of that. And I think as long as the team plays around that, that's fine. I don't think you have to put expectations on people's shoulders of coming in and doing nasty things to people.
Yeah. Is there any player from like Redwood that you want to highlight? Because if people are curious, you can go to the BPL page. I wrote an article about them, kind of talking about their roster, because like the most interesting thing is that they have a lot of players who've never played in BPL before, who've all been performing pretty well. Is there anyone that you want to highlight?
I think there's got to be Rocky Ducky 34. I think that is kind of the equivalent of Dragonwatch. That is your star DPS player for Redwood. But I think D-Waggler as well. He can pull out the Torb when needed. And I think that, honestly, that hero for him is really good. I love the Torb pick. It's done a lot of work.
We're going to see if he brings it out again. Yeah, we're finally seeing some control again. It's going to be Ilias. And, this image right here is the cue for me to stop yapping. So, worst EP, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, have a good time over there, Jimmy, in that Shadow Realm that I know you like to hang out in between maps. As we're back again, it's gonna be week 5. I mean, it's going by so fast. We even had that break week thrown in there, and it still feels like time is just flying around here. Of course, a lot of regular season to go for these B League teams, where A League playoffs are right around that corner. But for right now, we're going to see Heartbreakers versus Redwood Rockets. Can they reclaim the throne here, Redwood? Or will Heartbreakers maybe break some people fans' hearts?
Yeah, Redwood coming out here on the 6-man. Love to see it. Against a quite interesting composition for Heartbreakers with the Ana. Certainly looking for the nade. Trying to get like an anti-nade in. We see McMean get the manual hack and actually take down the D.Va early.
Yes, the D.Va is out of that fight. No more DM to abate Dragon Watch, who we were talking about before, trying to put a lot of pressure on the enemy team there with that stellar DPS performance so far in this season. And right now, he's got free reign to do just that. Coochie Man is going to have to back up here. McMean on that backside, trying to get any amount of damage to secure a pick, but doesn't even need to come from McMean there. It's going to be Kron will find the first pick in this fight. And the manual hack is trying to come out, but there's just too much spam damage, too much barriers in that way. Even the Coalescence is going to stop that Sama from doing their thing. As right now, Kron is on a warpath right now. Already found 2 in this extended fight as it keeps going on and on long enough to even build that nano out. But Kron, Coochie Man might have been a bit sad there, but instead it's going to be Fish that's going to be rejoining his people back in the ocean as the flip goes.
Yeah, absolutely. What I want to point out there, I was going to point it out at the beginning of that fight, but Seaman is on the Rhine in this comp with not a back to support him but Nana. Builds up the Shatter very quickly, lays it down, gets the Nano as well, able to clean up that fight really well. And Heartbreakers still, with the point control, with massive ult advantage, coming up to the EMP. That's a huge nade to start the fight. They've got a back from this.
The nade is in, but the manual hack doesn't come out quite fast enough to secure more picks. But it is going to be a Lucio diff occurring here. Stratocaster makes their mark on the kill feed to start it out. Fungin hasn't gotten in there just yet, but might be looking to do so as it seems like these teams are just middling for now.
Yeah, absolutely. Redwood Rockets looking to build up some of these ults. They've had to do a complete comp switch. They've got the beat, they've got the bomb coming in, and the bomb engage comes in now.
Bomb engage comes in, it takes out that Lucio. A little bit of revenge there as the Blossom is going to go in and secure that backside, the EMP to aid it, but now it's just on the back foot to run back to this point, and on that disengage, McMean finds the Mei, who's a little bit too big for their britches there, and tries to get a little bit more than they bargained for.
Yeah, absolutely. Redwood might have one touch. It's going to be really up to the D.Va. They have beat to engage, they have window. This is potentially turnable if they look for a good pick. Here's a beat engage and Nitemare.
I mean, and if it's just so fast. Both of these teams are going in and out as fast as they possibly can, but in that entire time, Heartbreakers haven't lost this point just once, but that might change. Dragon Watch having to swap over to the Tracer to try and get something done here, but it's not going to be enough, and finally, after 99% has been accrued, they will finally break through on this point, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to play perfectly from here on out. But if you look at the Heartbreakers ult bank, definitely still in the advantage. They're actually swapping over to the Rush now with the Cassidy and the Hanzo. A bit different from Redwood Rockets, who are on the Mei instead. We're coming up to the Blizzard here. You expect they build it in this fight and use it to pretty much clean up. There's not really I was going to say, not much Heartbreakers to do unless they get a pick like that.
Oh, and the first pick is going to be secured with that Fire Strike. Just a little bit too hot to handle there for Rocky Ducky 34. As now this just gives free reign for their DPS here for Heartbreakers to start doing their job. As McMean gets in on that kill feed and starts securing those frags. And the flip, quick and efficient. And despite they had a little bit of a disappearance from that point, but not for too long, as now it's Redwood on the back foot. And this could be a repeat of last week for them.
I want to see what happened with that Fire Strike. You don't expect it wasn't a damage boosted Fire Strike, it wasn't window Fire Strike, it was just a lone Fire Strike on a low health cast to open up the fight. Really interesting. So Lighthouse here. You imagine they go back to the dive comps, although they're not showing it. They're actually still showing the Rush Mirror. Redwood teasing the Sim. I'm not sure about Sim on Lighthouse, to be honest. There is that
off to the Cassidy.
Yeah, it's where do you TP if you're Redwood? That's what I want to see. Like you could TP directly to the lighthouse, set up some sim turrets there. And it looks like that's what they might be doing. Yeah, exactly that. So they set up early. Look to control point presence. They've just got to watch out for Dragon Watch here. You should be on the flank. Asleep from downtown.
Quite a nice sleep does come out there. The Sim taking a nap on that point after putting up their teleporter, those turrets. Takes quite a bit out of them. The wall going to be ineffectual. Doesn't cut anything off. Is just kind of used as a way to buy some time, perhaps, as the Sim is also doing their best at trying to keep them away, say back into the, as they try to make their way out at this point. Lamp is forced out because of that nade. Silk on the Ana has been extremely effective, and Meme is taking extreme amounts of value from that as they're all stuck in a corner and now on the ground. There's just nothing you can do as the first flip will be for Heartbreakers.
So that was a lightning fast dragon from Dragon Watch. As I was saying, like, go for the flank, get the damage in. He builds it extremely fast and able to just clean up with that. You know, the shatter for good measure, a huge shatter from Seaman. Good stuff. Redwood, you know, they take the early control, but they're not close to really any strong ultimates here.
Trying to re-engage on this point via the wall. It's not quite enough to find anything, but Fish does get an upper hand in that Divine Hammer Swing battle. But the High Noon plus the Gravitic Flux combo finds True, and it looks so good for them. 2 picks up in that fight. It all goes to nothing as the ultimates there for Heartbreakers find extreme effect.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really just that ult advantage coming in clutch. Silk holds on to the nano here. Not really a great nano target on the team, but you know, you give it to Seaman and he'll build up a shatter in no time. You know, keeps him alive. But Redwood, on the other hand, now coming in with some really big ults. They got Symbol, they got Blizzard. They've really got a lot. They engage with Beat.
Classic Beat engage. I think that's it. Well, I just went off the point. Yes, it was a dull due to Fungin right there. The Shatter does catch Dragon Watch, not able to do much on the off angle when they're on their back, and just been back and forth so far. Quick take after quick take, but I say that, but 74% is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, absolutely. Very expensive for Redwood though. You know, they keep the window, or they build a window in that fight. Sure, windows are great ultimate. You know, can get a pick early, but they've really got to play a bit more aggressive than, you know, don't give Dragon, you know, especially Dragon Watch this much space. McMeme actually swaps onto this J Silly here, looking to rein in the damage. You imagine.
Trying to find maybe a pick or two before this fight even starts, but Redwood's not going to take it, going to throw in that bomb to start. Now the Diva has to be careful not to get taken out while in that more vulnerable form. They actually TP onto the high ground here and they trade Lucio's for it, but they've committed a lot of resources to leave the point, not something you normally want to do on a composition such as this, and it's allowed Kron and McMeme to get all the angles they could possibly want here, but Kron also found a little bit of a trip into the water there. This Coochie Man will just be swinging along, as should be cleaned up, but how soon will the cleanup occur? Some stalling coming out here until Fungin might be going off.
Yeah. So Redwood tried to sort of like go aggressive with the TP on them, and it does sort of work, but leaves their backline exposed to the Junkrat, you know, able to play around that pillar, raining a bit of damage there. So now Redwood back on the offense again, and again it's another fight, last fight, and they have nothing to work with really. Really, it's up to Heartbreakers to lose.
Yeah, and it's trying. The Dragon Watch doesn't have the jump. Oh, just able to reset it. As I say, that Shadowcaster finds 2 on the backside. The Lucios are finding so much value right now, and Heartbreakers quite effectively and quite quickly find themselves up 1-0 in this series, and Redwood looking more mortal than ever. Not something I would have expected coming into this week, but now is the time for crazy stuff to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just excellent. Like, I think not only just, you know, not only just, you know, picks and stuff like that, but ult usage as well. You know, Redwood Rockets were able to win a couple of fights, but, you know, they were very expensive fights, and that ultimately left them a bit vulnerable. In the coming fight, Heartbreaker is able to come back in and, you know, really easily take the fight. So, you know, very well played from them. Like, all the teams, I think everyone on the team popped off in that map. You know, Silk was getting good nades, Stratocaster getting, you know, great boops on the Lucio. Really just value all around. I'm still not sure about the J Silly pick at the end. Didn't build up to a tie, didn't really achieve that much. You probably could have done the same thing on the Cassidy, to be honest. You would have been fine.
Wow.
But, you know, you sometimes you just got to lock it. Right, you just got to lock the J Silly, I suppose, for the clout you gain from playing it, the fear it inspires into the enemy team, maybe.
Sometimes you lock the J Silly and it works out for you. And I'm not gonna say it was caused by the J Silly, but they locked it and it worked out. So
It did.
you got that
was
going for you.
Mostly the rest of the team, I think. Not Jason.
Well, I mean, what would that it be? That's the first round map going over to Heartbreakers. Not something people would have expected if you told them last week. And now they're on to Hollywood here for their second map pick. It's going to be a hybrid pick. And I mean, this could be quite good for them unless Redwood has some kind of a double shielded dive comp that they can run on this Hollywood. I mean, if they go back to that Rush mirror, could be dangerous.
Yeah, and it was interesting because Redwood do roll out on the 6-man, but very quickly swap off. Now, I want to know like what that was. Is it a bit like a lack of confidence in that comp? Is it that you just need to mirror versus Heartbreakers Rush? They have been showing a lot of the Rush Heartbreakers, so. Potentially, it's just you can't beat them on 6-man. I still think though, like Hollywood is a much more sort of high ground oriented map than certainly Ilios. Ilios Ruins, which is what they played. So if there is any map that you try to run a 6-man or like a dive style comp, it is Hollywood. Rush quite weak on B, I think. So. Yeah, I think like if they go for the Rush mirror again, that would be a mistake, I think, from Redwood.
Yeah, and we'll see if they heed that advice, right? Maybe some teams are confident, maybe they only scrim, and they found the most successful in that Rush composition, and they don't want to change it up on match day. Obviously, that's something that does occur. If you scrim a lot on one composition, and then you're like, oh man. We're losing in the Rush mirror now in this match. Do we change it up? Do we swap off even though we haven't practiced the composition? Doesn't look like that's the case. There's the already showing off a double bubble comp, so should be quite practice on it, especially for this map. It is quite popular, I'd say, for this map in particular, especially first point.
It is, but I don't think it's going to work until Heartbreakers double shield. Hopefully they read this and swap off. Actually swapping to the Echo here. So Tim Week is in for Redwood, and it doesn't look like there's any subs in for Heartbreakers, I think. Just reading it. Bunny in is for Redwood as well. So Redwood rolling out on the double bubble. They use both bubbles immediately, and the Winston is pulled and probably dead. Not dead? Somehow not dead.
Not dead. In fact, it's going to be the Echo finding the turret first. They're looking for 6 on the backside. They found the pole instead. Not a big fan of that pole. The bubbles do go in. Both of those bubbles are used in Fish. Finds that to great effect. Is able to use that survivability to secure 2 picks onto the backside. And now the fight has just gone to the place where you don't want to go against Redwood right there. It's just all scrappy all day. And now Heartbreakers decide we cannot stick to this composition for much longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Swapping onto the Rush. Like I said, an interesting composition choice with this. I mean, sure, you control this high ground, but you don't have the mobility to swap between the high grounds very easily. I also just want to know what happened on first point there. Really, a Winston should not be jumping into a double shield comp and living. That's just a thing that should not happen. So definitely a chance for Heartbreakers to bring it back. Dragon Watch close to that dragon. But we'll see how they play it.
Of course. They'll be engaged on the backside, and that's what you expect into the double shield, but instead, I guess they do have 2 shields, but not in the same vein as that Orisa Sigma. Is going to be the Rhine Sigma. They're going to blow up that Winston just the same. Going to have to look for some poke damage onto that Hanzo, maybe even try to burst him down. The Rhine does drop into the enemy team, and the Dragon could find some great effect, and this Echo is now split off, but has that copy available, and now 900 HP shield, or 700, or whatever the number is, as my brain explodes. The fight also implodes here for Heartbreakers as some well-timed aggression onto the backside with some well-used ultimates leads to a fight win.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, Heartbreakers do get the opening pick there, but not the most valuable pick, and Redwood were able to trade it back, actually. Heartbreakers actually gave up a lot of their high ground, and it doesn't look like they're even going to be able to touch here as the cap comes through. The Castellion's on the flank, but Timwig is not there to mark, actually loses to the flashbang.
You know, not using perhaps that sonar to find out that Cassidy before they find their flashbang and the headshot combination, as could be dangerous to try and push here. Could be their time to just forward aggression, and that they do Tommy on that Zarya. Not the most survivable character, as Dragon Watch finds their opposite and forces them back into spawn for now. I wonder how many fights are we going to see this dive until we swap.
Yeah, Tommy Slat was off on the end, just sort of camping behind them, hoping for a cheeky grab. They're probably looking at the beginning of this fight, but they engage with the flats.
Lux does find the tanks there, and now it's Fish by himself, nanoed up, but in that primal has to use it. Avoids the Deadeye for now and is just trying to displace the Sigma as much as possible. McMeem now empowered by those Lucio shields. Just find the confidence to just push up on this front line, and Bant is there to cover as that duo does secure the front line fight win. This Cassidy in the back line could be trouble as it finds straight. Timweek, what? Timweek, how? And now Redwood has the time to swap in and take control of this point. Timweek has just performed a miracle play for them.
Absolutely. Tim Week coming in, Tim Strong. Redwood Walker swap over to the rush here, which I think makes sense for this final fight. Not easy to dive. But again, advantage in Heartbreakers' favor just because they've been on the back for longer. Redwood looking to build up these ultimates. They're coming up to the high noon, but not the strongest ultimate you'd assume. Actually engage with the window here. Is it finding value though?
Do get the wall off onto the enemy's line here. Bant's in a spot of trouble as Timweek is on the backside looking for something, but there's a shield in his way and a storm arrow in his face now as Dragon Watch does get chased down with the help of that beat and that Lucio. Baptiste is 1 HP, finally does lose their life. It's now just a brawl on this point as the hammer is going to swing back and forth, dealing that 75 damage each time, and it's hard for anyone to stand up to it when there's no healers on the field. Now it's just Stratocaster trying to stall out the backside, waiting for reinforcements, and the reinforcements, they do in fact come in, and they quickly might lose their lives just like that as well. Finally, they've dealt with that Lucio that's been stalling it out, and the Blizzard on the point should be curtains for them. And the Flux is even canceled by said Blizzard, and that's a 3-minute time bank on attacking Hollywood. They've definitely turned it around since the last map.
Wow,
dominant force.
Yeah, absolutely. That last fight is really weird because, sure, you know, Redwood Rocket's able to sort of win out the sort of stragglers on the point, and you know they got the Ryan Diva and Lucio there. But you expect with Heartbreakers spawns so close that it's easy for them to just come back in, you know, and just overwhelm the stragglers on point. You know, you got a May coming back, you got Cassidy coming back, both very slow heroes, you know, and with no Lucio speed boost either. Really, that is a bit odd, and maybe just a sort of lack of target focus from Heartbreakers. Imagine with that target focus, they're able to just, you know, laser one of those heroes down. But still, you know, an excellent time bank for Redwood. 3 minutes and really nothing to sneeze at. And now, this is what I wanted to see. The D-Waggler Torb. This is my favorite pick from this map, I think. You know, and you know, it's a good Torb map. It really always has been. You can set up the turret in a lot of interesting spots. You know, you got behind sort of hedges, close to sort of B attacker spawn. You've got the elevator, but instead they set it up in cafe on this little table. Quite cute.
Yeah, and it's odd. We're gonna be seeing the sim here. Not gonna be using this TP out. Is gonna be actually trying to find some angles, some flanks with their back on that Ana rush, and I hope they don't TP straight into them, but that could be an avenue they want to explore. Does look like that is the avenue they want to explore. They TP straight into them, and Mean is now 30 HP, and the rest of their team is dying, even with the help of a fantastic anti-nade. Bant is going to walk in and not die, in fact. Okay, everything that could have gone wrong didn't go wrong for them, and instead they walk right over them. So what should have been a suicide play ends up being the key to opening this point. I say I'm caster cursing everything here, as now the fight has just returned back off their favor, but no, it's only the Torbjorn remaining in. I couldn't caster curse hard enough.
Hollywood A defense just seems to not be a thing in this match. Just
no.
Don't want to play on this point. Point sucks. Play on B. It's much more fun, apparently. Yeah, and you expect, like, in both attacks, both go directly into the double shield comp to not work, but it does. So never mind. Maybe that's just what you do. Maybe you just dive into a double shield, and that's just
not even a dive. That's a literally suicide
you just
walking
rush
at
dive,
them.
a rush dive.
I mean, that's just quite insane to me as the boop off. Ooh, that's unfortunate. You put the nano straight on the Kron. As soon as you got booped off, you don't have another one though. So you are quite safe as going back up and re-engaging. Do they have the lamp to keep themselves alive? No, they don't. And that's everyone flat as a pancake on this high ground. Is now it's just going to be a clean sweep here. And could we just see another just non-existent second point defense? That could be
maybe. I think what won that fight was Silk's anti-nade. Really good onto the high ground. Forces the lamp, and then it's just a free flux for Kron. Able to clean up. The Bant is on the high ground as well. But Redwood Rockets coming back in with the ults and the Torbolt here.
Yeah, and somehow the Torbjorn already found the Ryan with that molten core. And it's just a quick cleanup from there. Someone's going to get all that splooge off of the ground. Because now we're going to be setting up onto this high ground.
Yeah, I suppose there's an advantage of losing the first fight so early is that you can come back very quickly. As Timweek on the Cassidy just chasing down Silk, not able to find the kill. But Redwood Rockets coming up to a flux of their own and the window. Still some good ultimates, not much on Heartbreakers' side. You imagine Heartbreakers tries to take the low ground here. No, they're actually coming up to the high ground. Redwood Rockets should try hold on to this as best they can, and that's some great picks to start it.
I mean, Fish went to 1 HP, got lamped, and then everyone died on Heartbreakers as they face planted into that window there. Now they're going to get forced back, and it's the time for Redwood to go. We have the confidence to retake this forward high ground, and now it's going to come down to a nano. Does it get put onto Bant here, and you just try to force your way as hard as possible?
I guess you've got to do that. Fungin's really got a boop. Like, it can be ruined immediately with a whip shot from Fungin. Boop the Rhine off the high ground. You can't swing, or flux indeed.
They flux it, but they've lost their Rhine already, and Bant has the shatter. It's out. Don't believe anyone's on the ground from that, but they just kind of kite them back into this back right corner. They're not pushing the cart right now, so no progress is getting made in that department. All of this is just for the map control's sake, but they've lost Dragon Watch. They don't have some long-range damage, and Timweek is on that flank. We've seen how aggressive that can be and how effective it can be, but they solo beat the Timweek flank. That's how dangerous it is as Bant goes down to 1 HP. Really wishing he had that beat right now, perhaps, but doesn't quite have it as Big Meme in the backline does get insta-turned on. A great reaction there to that sound cue. Obviously, the Cowboy screaming what time it is in your backline, a key to just pop your cooldowns, trying to survive. The chatter comes out and 2 on the ground. And honestly, quite a chaotic fight, as this entire series has been extremely chaotic.
Yeah, absolutely. But a great fight for Redwood there. Really winning that with just the shatter at the end, despite losing your Ryan very early on. And the flux as well. It actually invested early on in that fight. Still very cheap. And you keep this high ground. You keep your extreme ult advantage. But Dragon Watch coming up to the dragon, definitely a good tool to push Redwood off the high ground.
Run into the window here. Again, we only know one motive for Heartbreakers, and that is push straight into them. We do not know how to disengage. Bant gives his life for the Emperor, as they're gonna just retake this high ground again as these fights end as quick as I can start them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is a tough spot for Heartbreakers because you have this extreme ult advantage. 4 ults that you don't want to throw away. But at the same time, this is exactly the sort of time you want to be swapping comps because you're coming up to a minute 30 almost. You're gonna need, if you're gonna swap comp, you're gonna need to do it that time so you can build some ults.
Yeah, and the rally's gonna come out, and they decide to just wait it out. Finally, the flux comes out. They have every resource available to them, and Timweek, while they're in the air, decides, oh, I'm just gonna take out your entire team. But the shatter is strong, and now this Brigitte is in quite a bit of danger. So both of these sides are finding a lot of value with these ultimates. And now it's just, can Bant survive? No. It's gonna be them taken out, but I mean, now it's gonna be another chaotic fight as the recontest is gonna come in.
Yeah, absolutely. Heartbreakers are investing a lot into that fight, and Redwood Rockets will be back fast with a Lucio. You imagine a Molten Core to engage, start the engage, or maybe even the Flux Core combo. Will we see it? Probably not when he dies.
we already saw everyone go down. You see the Nano onto the ball. They couldn't even get a slam off, but it seems to have found the effect of killing off Tim Weak, and somehow ult advantage can equals losses here. Again, now we're just looking at the beat is the only thing left on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's a good pick onto Bunny there. And, another great anti-nade. Really, kind of seals the fight. There's not really much punching you can do. You see, just swapped onto Lucio, really a paltry amount of ult charge from that fight. And
these fights are so crazy fast and chaotic. It's hard to keep up with it, and there's so many fights have happened so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And the advantage for loses the shatter fish. No, that's not good.
You can't. It's unfortunate, right? As Dragon Watch goes low but gets the beat onto them in time to save them. Now Kron's going for a ride right now, but the rest of the team here for Redwood, can they say the same, that they are safe right now? As it's gonna be Dong Wang coming out of the Mid Blossom. Yes, I'm like 5 as Shield is under pressure now. They have to back up. The Anthony almost finds what they're looking for. The mines are going to get forced out, but they aren't going to find quite anything just yet, as the sleeping target could be the next focus. The good body blocks and some shielding does prevent that, though.
Absolutely. And if you're Redwood, you're playing for the time bank. Oh no, wait, what?
Where is he? Find him! Find this man! Oh.
There are just flanking Cassidys today. A lot of them. On both sides. It's really quite incredible, but that's a great window pass strike to start the engage.
A nice rock as well. We can't even get our ults out. Every ult is getting cancelled here. The team, we're playing neutral Overwatch right now. That's the name of the game. The beat's going to come out. There's 5 seconds remaining. There's not enough time to get a recontest in here. If you are Heartbreakers, and this could be going to a map 3 before our very eyes. The Shadow doesn't find anyone, but doesn't really matter. That hammer is going to kill them off just the same. It's just Stratocaster running away, and a quite dominant return to form here for Redwood Rockets. But what is still a very chaotic map, and could have gone a couple different ways considering.
Yeah, I think, even though Heartbreakers do cap point B there, you end up being on this kind of weird comp with a Ball, Sigma, like a Bat, Lucio. It's kind of weird. They stick with it for the mines, obviously. But, yeah, I think, that, and even if Heartbreakers have capped there, they've still got the 3-minute hold on Hollywood A, and we saw how the first 2 went. They went very quickly because defense was just not a thing on that end of the map. So I think it was kind of an inevitable 1-1 going up tied here. But that makes the series more exciting, doesn't it? I think it's been great so far. It's so fast, and I think speed is something that you see good teams do. I think a lot of worse teams and ah, and they go, oh, should we engage? Should we not? But I kind of like the kind of headstrong, just run at them at 1 billion miles an hour kind of play.
Yeah. I mean, there's also the good fast fights and the we're not stopped fighting for 3 minutes kind of fights, where it's like, did you get a reset off in those times? There were a lot of resets there. I'm not saying that it was all of them were bad, but there were some moments where it was I was like, man, we are just in this. There's 3 of us here, and we're gonna fight 4 of them, and someone's gonna come out. Don't let us out of this cage until we're all dead, basically.
Yeah, and a lot of those fights as well had clutch flanks, clutch Cassidy kills.
We killed 3 for no reason.
And that immediately turns what is an easily won fight into an we really can't take as much space as we would have liked because we're down half our team kind of fight. And that's the reason I think Heartbreakers, it took so long for them to capture B, even though they were winning fights. They were not winning fights decisively, and that's really what got them. It took them several to finally get that capture. But we move on to Havana here, and now we were saying it was on Hollywood. That's probably a good place to play double shield, but you can play rush if you want to, but it's probably the weaker comp. But from looking at how these teams are playing, you imagine they're just going to go and rush anyway, I think.
Yeah, have we seen sniper play from these teams to an excellent degree so far? I don't believe so. Maybe someone can actually, but it seems like these teams are much more reliant on obviously that Torbjorn, that Cassidy, these mid to close range heroes that aren't requiring you to have a ton of space for them. It's more like we're going to use them to take the space instead. And so I worry about these teams potentially against other teams on like maps like these, where those kind of compositions with those snipers can get a lot of value. Do you have mono DPS players that can like match that?
I think if there's definitely a team that's going to try and run, say, like a double sniper, it's definitely Heartbreakers. Obviously, Dragon Watch on the Hanzo, an excellent Hanzo player. I've not seen McMeme's Widow. I don't know if they play Widow at all, to be honest. But maybe they play a lot of the Cassidy, and like it's just a kind of longer gun, right? Same deal. I don't know. But like, if there is a team that does go for the Widow comp, I definitely think it is Heartbreakers. But that's not to say anything of like Redwood can't. They could equally go for the Widow. But I just don't think Widow is that strong necessarily. Sigma's getting a lot of play, and a Sigma can very easily shut down a Widowmaker and make it not fun to play the game by holding right click and then a big shield comes in, so it's kind of hard. I don't think any team is going to, but if there is one, my money's on Heartbreakers for the double sniper.
Yep. For those of you still there, why are these guys still yapping? Where's the game? Is this a tournament or a talkament? Casters start the game. Power outage for one of our players. We're gonna work through that. A lot of people's powers have decided to not work recently in both our league and other professional esports leagues that will or will not be named. That may have caused whole day delays. Wild, that one. Luckily, it's not us.
I have no idea what you're referring to, but I'm sure
I'm not going to say the name.
Someone will tell me and enlighten me. But anyway, no. I mean, if you could have a power outage, a break's definitely the best time to do it. Or a mid map break, mid game break. You don't lose any of your progress. You don't lose your Zarya with Grav on Lijiang Tower Garden, and then lose the set to Vector Matrix. I don't know who would experience that kind of problem.
No, who would ever accept that?
But we'll definitely try. We're phoning the power companies right now. Solomon's on the case. Get Tommy's power back on. He's saying.
I was gonna like have some small talk about your life, but I've been told we can't hop the break, so we don't need that yapping for now.
We're gonna head to a quick break. Sorry, I'm back. We're still waiting on a player to come back. We're gonna name names. It's someone on Redwood Rockets though, so we'll champ them in chat if you want. But we're gonna throw to a quick break. We'll be right back, guys. So stay tuned.
Crowd, but I only see your face in all the lights. And as the bass keep pounding on me, baby, I really wanna make you mine. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever after. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. You about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side when the sun goes
Hi, we're back. We're still waiting on a player to come back. They said they were going to be here at 45. It is 45. We're still waiting on them. So I guess we're back here with the Talkament caster to start the game. What's happening, guys?
Yeah, we're starting as quick as we can. We got the hamsters in the wheels. They're turning the generators in whatever state this player lives in. I know Wisconsin, is that a state?
Wisconsin, yes, that is a state.
I was like, yes, U.S. geography
You were
knowledge.
talking to one American here. I think. I don't even know if I don't think there's a single. There might be one. I don't even think there's a single American on production as well. I think there's literally one American in this that can hear this right now.
Yep. Soon to be zero. Soon.
The very European production.
Yeah, that's the thing. All of BPL is just EU people.
Yep.
But like working
Just
on production and stuff, but then
masquerading.
like all the like there's a bunch of just American players, so you all have to screw your schedules over to try and do this stuff. So
But yeah, talking about this match, Heartbreakers, they were just completely dominating on Ilios, and then Redwood Rockets, it seems like they were dominating on Hollywood. So really, it's just everyone's game coming into, which I believe was Havana or third map. Who's your money on for this third map here?
Ooh. I'm believing in the reverse sweep personally. Like I think maybe if we talk to Red Rockets, if they eventually win, that they'll be saying, Ilios, just a fluke. Don't worry about it. We just weren't warmed up properly or whatever. We warmed up against Gerald Fan Club and it wasn't the greatest. But
that's some slight on Gerald on creatine. Actually, the best player in both leagues. To be honest.
Yeah,
but anti-doping
incident.
regulations are coming soon. So
I had to name a team. I had to name a team that played. I guess I could have said M and Aces, but I don't think they were scrimming today.
No.
They don't scrim at all, I believe. But yeah,
no,
but
they don't scrim actually. No, they scrim.
Yeah,
they scrim. They scrim.
I'm still believing in the reverse sweep.
They also get blacklisted from scrims, but because they troll.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's
not private information. Actually, people have said that publicly.
I was watching Momentum versus Aoife yesterday. They were streaming it, so it's not a league. They were scrimming with all voice chat on, which was very interesting. They were announcing their ults to the enemy team. Definitely a new meta on how to prepare for matches, I guess. We're currently waiting still. It looks like Tommy's not coming back in time, so we are gonna make some swaps real quick. It looks like Tim Week's gonna go to off tank and Rocky Ducky is gonna come in, just so we can get this game back on the road. You think this will decrease their chances with Tommy out? I mean, we just saw him kind of pop off on Hollywood. I remember him knocking out Kron out of his flux earlier.
Yeah, it definitely is a big loss for Redwood. I think. I think Tim could probably perform fine on the off tank. But yeah, I definitely think if you don't want to lose your player like this, but at least it's like at the start of the game you can sort of prep for it. You might. I don't know if Tim plays Sigma at all.
Yeah, basically a big DPS. He's got it.
But I mean, if there's one off tank that is the big DPS, it's definitely D.Va, right? That's just a fat Genji, as Seagull affectionately calls her. But if you expect him to come in mainly play the D.Va, maybe you don't. You can't really run that double shield, so maybe you swap to like a Rush instead, or maybe the 6-man. As I say that, they're rolling out. They're not doing this.
Yeah.
What they're doing?
Oh no, they're holding spawn doors. What a surprise! Anyways, take it over again.
Back to the Shadow Realm with you, Jimmy. Thank you for joining us for just a moment to yap a little bit, fill some time. As Tim Week announcing in all chat, he'll have to go out just this once. His final form is finally appealing as we see here, not on the off tank, but on the main tank. It's going to be Fish swapping over to the off tank role, and it's a rush v rush mirror, except for the fact that Heartbreakers not playing rush. They're playing a spam comp with Reinhardt.
Absolutely, and really just Red Rocket's able to walk forward. Tim, you know, not holding back immediately into this map, not holding back on the Reinhardt. You know, Dragon Watch able to rain down a bit of damage, you know, the most ult charge on Heartbreakers right now. But yeah, Spawn Camp kind of failed. You know, you've kind of given up a lot of space. Rocky Ducky's going to be raining in the bullets. I think you're hoping for like a lucky pick, you know, building up to the barrage very quickly, hoping that they won't expect it. They don't really have the D.Va to eat it, so we'll see how this fight goes.
They finally are forced to back up a bit here, again due to Dragon Watch's spam damage, as they have the Pharah has that barrage already. The Mei wall is going to come out and no one can stop this Pharah to start. Finally, Rocky Ducky is going to have something to say about that, but it's just a little bit too late, I would say. Got enough value, forced out Lamb, got so much damage, got a pick, did everything you really want out of barrage and more. And of course, we expect the Pharah to die in that barrage, but getting that much value for it is totally worth.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the window there. So it's a great wall from McMeem. Splits 10 week off. The rest of the team had to flank round, but then you've got a big group of players. Really nothing to stop the barrage. You know, even though it gets one pick, it's the Reinhardt. As much value as you can get. It's another great wall to open the fight.
And we pretty sad, but the Flux is coming up. And Ryan is going to come back down dead, but McMeem trying to find something here with this Blizzard, try to get enough value. The beat is fast enough to prevent most deaths. You almost lose your Lucio there, but it's not enough. And in that chaos, you find the res onto the Reinhardt as the Shatter, and there's no, Timweek is nowhere to be found for the block. But the Mei block on the other hand is to be found right there. The left shift is used as Dong Waggler will take out that Pharah in mid-air. Silk is going to find some frags themselves, but the fight has turned quickly in Redwood Rocket's favor. It's going to be some stalling here due to the Mei. They're going to have to commit the Blizzard, trying to clean this up faster before those reinforcements can come in. But it seems like they did quite a good enough on this first point.
Yeah, and it's a shame to have to invest the Blizzard there, but you know, you want to wrap up that fight quickly. So it does make a lot of sense. Heartbreakers swapping off the Pharah makes total sense. Swapping onto the Hanzo, you'd love to see it from Dragon Watch. And you know, Red Rocket still pushing this cart. They've really got the Shatter, but you're hoping to see them blocks it. Hoping.
Watching Timweek not be the first one through that choke. Instead, they're gonna. The Mei has the distinctive honor of being the first one through that choke and rocked away. McMeem is going to find their opposite there, and the fight has broken open in Heartbreaker's favor. But I say that, but this wall is just too big to get through. The Shadow comes out, only hits the Lucio there, and Timweek trades their life for an ineffectual Shatter. And now it's time for Redwood to try and back for different positioning here, as it's going to actually be Heartbreakers trying to just force the issue into the enemy spawn, and they get rewarded for it with a pick.
Yeah, absolutely. McMeem getting good value here on the Saturday. Luckily for Red Rockets, they had cart presence the whole time, so you know they got the cart a little bit of the way. They're coming in through the left side now. Makes sense. They've got the window. You expect Bunny to drop it on this high ground, which they're not currently standing on. But no, they actually decided to wrap on the right hand and give Heartbreakers the high ground advantage. Let's see how this goes.
Just go completely underneath. They have the window to force something here, but in this enclosed area, the Dragon is going to be quite effective. Don't believe it forced out the lamp, as the lamp is right there to save them with an excellent wall as well. The counter lamp is available there from Silk, but it's not going to be enough, as it's just too much to come on after the lamp comes out. And Fish showing that swapping over the off tank here hasn't abated their great play, and Timweek has adjusted to the role just fine.
Yeah, excellent flux. You know, good protection on the Shatter. Not really able to get as much value.
Wait a minute.
Oh, Tim, hello. Gets the pick early on onto a very weakened Tron. Wow.
He's getting scared. He doesn't know what way to throw that shield. The Strato is going to be the last remnant on this point, and a fairly clean second point take, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. It stumbled a bit towards the beginning, but you know, they managed to make it work despite the sort of weird rotation. Getting some good exit pits here. I'm going to secure them a bit more space on C. Seaman swapping over to the Orisa. A good double shield setup makes a lot of sense for this point. You know, you've got long sightlines that you can very easily take over. You know, you got Dragon Watch bringing the damage here. Look at the speed this whole charge is gathering up.
Just gonna be fanning the hammer onto these forward shields. Finally gonna be the flux. The lamp has already been used. It's gonna be bunny down, your main flow of healing down, and the rest of your team gonna get pulled together and taken out. McMeme is now just unafraid to push this front line. A nice rock there from Kron will secure the kill onto Fish, and this could be the start of the 3rd-point hold that everyone dreads going on to Havana.
Yeah, absolutely. Good on Heartbreakers to like continually take that space. That's kind of what you expect from the double shield comp. And it's a great flux from Kron. Kind of sad for Rocky Ducky. It was 99 on the High Noon. You expect maybe if he had High Noon, you were able to use that during the flux and kind of, you know, bait the team into die. And here it is, a speed High Noon.
Ooh, they find one. That's the Orisa. That's a key part gone, but Dragon Watch is going to respond there with 2. And now the fight is just completely in Heartbreaker's favor. You found a little bit of advantage there, but it was quickly taken away from you, snatched from under your feet. And God, it's going to be hard to break through this archway.
Yeah, I mean, this is where double shield is the strongest. It is very hard to break through this point. Timweek's been holding on to the shadow since the last fight, but really, who are you going to use it on? Heartbreakers can play so much around this high ground. You got 2 shields to worry about in terms of blocking it. Engage with the blizzard fast though, but Seaman able to escape with the fortified.
Ooh, the rock actually was used there to cancel McMeme on the off angle with that High Noon. That could have been quite dangerous there, as now it's just whoever walks to this point is going to get taken out as soon as possible. McMeme is going to try something there, does find the Lucio, but we could see a cap here onto Havana, and that's already a good start, as Havana notoriously difficult to 3 cap, and they've already accomplished that, so Heartbreakers are not feeling the most confident here.
Yeah, and it is like you're wiping the sweat off your brow if you are Redwood. You engage fast with the blizzard, and the entire team walks out of it. You see men able to use the fortify. So you have to layer in the shatter as well, which obviously doesn't get the fortifying Seaman, but does get the rest of the team, you know, able to speed in and clean up the rest of that. So, you know, good fight for Redwood Rockets there. You imagine if they don't win that, that is point, you know, that is not getting a cap. But, you know, Heartbreakers, you know, are definitely able to, like, hold their own. You know, this is not lost by any means. Can absolutely still come back out. Rocky Ducky rolling out on the legs. An interesting pick for Havana, I would say.
Yeah. Can be useful for just being a nuisance in the backside, especially when there's no diva to try and keep them engaged and keep them out of the back of your. I was going with some kind of a metaphor there, but my brain fumbled it over. And
Spawn camp with the legs is
Spawn camp with legs. I think that's effective. I think that's quite effective.
Okay, I think I prefer the cast just for the stun, but we'll see how it works out. If it works out.
If it does work out, but Spawn Camp is going to be started a very familiar sight if you're Heartbreakers, as you attempted this yourself, but went about just as well, I'd say, as instantly Timweek is now gone. Dragon Watch living up to their namesake, obviously, because of Hanzo, and is going to find about a majority of those picks in that fight. And here's the soldier from Narnia trying to find any amount of effectiveness, as soldiers tend to do.
Yeah, definitely not the pick, I'd say. I mean, sure, maybe you know, Rocky Ducky's got excellent legs. Got an excellent legs, I said there, just making sure. But yeah, I'm not sure about, like, where do you set up? As no, I was say that. Immediately runs back to spawn, mirrors the Hanzo here. So it is a mirror except for the Cassidy and May, who's now dead.
Yeah, Dragon Watch is the stellar, like, standout star for this team on that DPS role, and hell, aided a lot by Silk there with that anti-nade. I've had amazing antis the entire series so far, and that's not going to stop anytime soon, as they actually cap with quite a substantial bit more time than Redwood did. I don't think there's a Rika coming in here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this moment like this, you wish you had the D.Va instead of the Sigma. You know, D.Va would be able to challenge Dragon Watch up there on the high ground, not able to just rain in damage. I mean, building up the Dragon, you know, as quick as the Nano, as quick as one of the fastest ultimates on the team. And gets a pick right off the bat. Maybe you don't even need the Dragon here.
Yeah, we talked about this before the series, right? Can we see a deadlift come out? I mean, this might be close, as Dragon Watch has been doing quite a lot. As Rocky Ducky has something to say about that, though, and Tim Week even getting in on that conversation. Now a 3 on, now only just 1, as Tim Week sits here, unaware of what to do.
Yeah. I like it. I like it.
I can do nothing but laugh.
I like it.
Just...
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just solo Shadow Dragon Watch. Sometimes you just do it. The advantage though for Redwood, they weren't pushing the cart the entire time, so they actually can reclaim the space with the Flux and Dragon.
Flux is gonna get mitigated by the beat. Now trying to push underneath the upper bridge, but not gonna find anything just yet. The nade also ineffective as Fish, as they're falling down, finds the fadeaway shot on the McMeme. A big danger to that front line and back line alike is now gone from the field, as Tim Week is actually the danger to your back line right now. Charging some, I don't know, Tim is somewhere. Tim is doing something right now, as Kron is gonna try to push forward here, try to fight back, and he's just gonna take himself out in the process, as Tim kind of left his team, but his team did fine, so I guess we'll take it.
Yeah, Tim with the interesting charge into the back line. Anti-naded, perma-shielding, retreating. Not the best move. And I think as well, the Flux Dragon, not the best as well. Dragon really not aiming in the same direction as the Flux at all. A bit of lack of coordination there from Redwood. But coming back in with double support ults here and a good wall to wall off the tanks. But the Dragon still finds a pick.
Yeah, and Dragon Watch has been doing more of the same right now. Elite level Hanzo play in the B League is being displayed. And I mean, these fights are just going by so fast because you already just go into them one person down. There's not much you can really do. So it'll be interesting to see if Redwood can do anything about this.
Yeah, it definitely has been a common theme of Bunny getting picked first. Maybe you look at the positioning, like it's just a little bit better. But they engage with the beat here. They definitely have a chance to take this.
The engage with the beat is gonna find a lot here so far, as Coochie Man is not gonna go down, is just too tanky so far, has too much support from his team, but has a massive flux, and this fight is just another scrap over and over again. We've seen this time and time again, but it could be Fish here trying to carry it out, but he cannot do it. And it's gonna be a lot of time moving into this third point, but it is, ooh, never mind, they do get the stack, okay, not for long. As Fungin even gonna get up the Dragon there. This could be a disaster for Redwood.
Yeah, not the best ult investment there. And a shame as well, you knock down Seaman. On such low health, you just want one person to shoot him, and that's, you know, the Rhine out of the fight. And potentially, you know, fight one there, you know, able to pick up the rest of the players with a Flux. No shield to block them. But unfortunate, you know, it's gone. And they, you know, Heartbreakers rolling into point C. 3 minutes on the time bank. That is a lot of time, and Dragon Watch is running in so much damage. Able to match Rocky Ducky on the flank here. Tim, finally a big shatter.
Tim Week showing off why they put him in on the main tank here with a player. Power gone, they decided to take it into his own hands, but as I say that, a massive Flux high noon combo, we've seen it a couple times this series, again, finds great effect and is going to snowball the way on to third point, and Heartbreakers are feeling good here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a shame from Tim Week, Shatter not finding the value it can. Bunny, who seems to have hold on to this window forever, vests it to really not much use. But the Blizzard's coming back in. Can they find the picks?
The tanks are low, but they've decided instead to chase down McMeme on the backside. It will result in a nice shatter plus fire strike. You kind of let go 2 free easy picks onto those tanks, and instead you chased that Cassidy to your deaths with the help of Coochie Man there. Now again, Tim Week in a familiar situation of having to perma shield in a corner. The lamp is going to come out though. The rock not quite as effective as you would have wanted. Now Kron going to feel the fury of the flux here, and I don't know, it just seems so back and forth right now in terms of Redwood makes a play and then it goes in Heartbreakers' favor, but they can't finish it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought it was a disaster there, as they invest the Blizzard, get Kron down to such low HP, but then don't finish him off. You know, Kron was the last player on that fight, you know, keeping it alive. That could have gone easily a different way. But the Dragon and the beat to match.
Yeah, and Tim Week is going to find the first pick here on the Coochie Man. Dragon Watch under fire, has to get healed up by Silk. They're going to be going into this next fight with quite a few ultimates to work with. They're trying to get some staggers, but this is how we've seen them die time and time again. Tim Week, McBean, though, caught on the backside, again, flanking. This could be a problem if you get caught out flanking every time. You never have a really good fight.
Yeah, and I think we've got to watch the ults from Redwood as Heartbreakers engage, you know, have a free engage here with the pick. They're using a lot of ults, kind of flippantly.
Wait, they boost the Ode! Wait, they boost the Ode! That doesn't increase the effectiveness of the healing or the beat, as right now it's just Tim Week trying to survive, trying to hard shield, but they can't do it in front of the face of the window. Coochie Man is going to try to look for something here. The Shatter at 98% and the beat to follow. Could potentially look for something onto the Sigma, but they can't find it just quite yet. And everyone is falling on this point. You're looking at Dong Waggler here with the freeze. Gets the shielding though, and that's going to be the cap coming in. 25 seconds below, but a cap is a cap, and they can repeat that first fight defense here for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. You're hoping this time it goes a little bit better. You know, gaining time on the first hold. Such an important play for this map. And sort of like what I'm looking at Redwoods and, you know, as what I was talking about there just before the last fight began, is Redwood rockets are engaged, like, they seem to be a little bit panicky and like throwing ults into kind of either lost fights or into one fight, like both of them at the same time, right? You know, Tim Week invests the Shatter, hits no one with it. Rocky Ducky on Hanzo, or whoever was playing Hanzo, invests the Dragon at kind of a weird time. And, you know, if Redwood are going to take this series, you want to tidy that up a bit here.
Yeah.
You know, just make sure you're using your abilities, like, most effectively. Now, the Sim May hold, I like a bit better. I like a bit better than the legs, let's just say. You know, Sim able to use the turrets, you know, build up that beam charge, tear through the opposition here. But Dragon Watch could just, you know, open it like he did last fight, by getting a really good pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be a spawn hold once again. Both walls already being used. Neither finding the greatest effect they could have wanted, but that Symmetra is going to get stronger throughout the fight. But Dragon Watch is effective from the very get-go as they find the Lucio, and the DPS here for Heartbreakers have secured them a chance to push back out with these spawns having to come back. Yeah,
absolutely. You lose the Sim, you know, potentially places the teleporter and gets out a bit fast, but you imagine this is an advantage for Heartbreakers here. And the wall invested to not much value. Able to mirror the wall, and now you're in a very bad situation if you're Redwood. You're not on the point you're trying to defend.
No, they are not. They are, in fact, in a corner getting shot from every angle. As finally they're going to get cleared off, but a successful spawn hold, if I do have to say. They got all that time off the clock with no progress made, and now it's time for Redwood to kind of retake this point as fast as possible. Yeah, and
you know, if you are Redwood, you are coming back in with the advantage. You've got the Shatter almost. You're close to the window. Not really much. Actually, I say that. Heartbreakers though with a Blizzard. It's really just going to be a race of who can build up these first and who can get the most value. Because the Blizzard is almost certainly going to win you the fight, as Redwood have to be on this card.
Yeah, they have to try something here. The Shatter is going to hit that Lucio in the Hanzo, but the Flux instantly to try and make up for it. You saw Rocky Ducky there, suicide for the Ana's life, and that gets you something, but I don't think it's enough. But Dong Waggler, after they come out of this freeze, could throw out that ultimate, and they do, but I believe it gets canceled there by a single icicle. And you've kind of thrown a big advantage now. Heartbreakers are the ones in the driver's seat, and you have no control.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tim Week and Fish stay alive at the end of that fight, which I definitely think was a mistake. No heals on the point. you're not able to come and contest this last point now. I think if you are in that position, you want to just stall cart as much as you can, throw the bodies on the point. Heartbreakers with point control and now with a huge ult ban. Dragon Watch engaging with the dragon. We've seen them do work before.
Would be quite dangerous. They throw the nano boost on the Coochie Man. Has to do something here. Finds just one with the shatter. It could just be enough. It is the Baptiste, the key crucial part of this composition, and the kill feed is back and forth, but it's a 2v3 right now. Kron is low, but Dragon Watch is still on the May here, trying to prevent anything. But the beat comes out just a second too late! And no, the beat is going to be used in response. I don't know if you had to use that from Stratocaster, but better safe than sorry. Both of those are off the table, and we saw Redwood come in, lost the first map quite handedly. We were like, oh, this is a dip from form. They cap Hollywood 3 minutes. They cap this point. We're like, oh, they're back in form, but now they're just spaghetti is everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dragon Watch is opening, looking for another pick onto Bunny. It's seen value before. Doesn't get it this time, but Heartbreaker is still firmly in control here. With the better spawns too.
I mean, it's just it feels so hard for them to try and push back into this fight. Now you have the high noon, you got to throw out. Do they have the resources to kite this back effectively? Yes, they do. The shatter though is going to pressure them out, going to stop them from running away, but even if this point is stopped right now, you only have 1:25 to cap the whole of first point. Make it halfway through second. That's no easy task. Redwood has to be on top of their game, and that's just something we haven't seen in this last round.
Yeah, definitely. But if there is a glimmer of hope for Redwood, I think that last fight went excellently because you use the high noon, you force the hard shield from Heartbreakers. They have to shield it. You work down the shields. That's a free shatter for Team Week. I think this team has the potential to work together and achieve the win here, but they've just got to get their nerves together. Obviously having a different main tank, and especially not only a different main tank but also a main tank that was your DPS player in the last match because you can't play your normal team composition. You've got to kind of get these nerves together, and work like that to win the fight. Now Heartbreakers rolling out on the same comp they tried to defend with the Farah spawn hold. A great comp in theory. It didn't really work out for them last time, so we're gonna have to see how do Heartbreakers play it differently and make sure they don't get first picked and just kind of just rolled on through A.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see if this Heartbreakers competition finds a little more effect when their front line doesn't instantly get rolled over. And right now, it might just be more of the same here. Rocky Ducky is only off angle, pressuring down the tanks here. The lamp is already forced, but Lucio is low. Dragon Watch has been doing amazing so far, whether it be the Hanzo, the Pharaoh, any of the DPS they do try to select. It's been amazing, but as I say, that Rocky Ducky takes out the Pharaoh, but the res is there. And now Coochie Man is just getting walked at and has no other options but to just roll over, use all of their remaining shielding and just try and survive as long as possible, but it's not to be. And now you have the potential here to keep walking forward, find a couple picks, maybe snowball this first point, but nothing so far as it's a good disengage.
Yeah, definitely. Heartbreakers do open up with the first pick onto Lucio, as I say again, but it's a quick spawn for them. But this time, are they going to have enough time to get Lucio back into the fight, or are Heartbreakers going to just roll over?
Yeah, and they're going to have to back up, and can you re-engage with this window to take it? I mean, the barrage is so deadly. What are you trying to do here? You gotta get Fish in a position to block it off with the barrage, and they don't even do that! Both supports are now dead! Even before the Q button was pressed, you already lost your Lucio. The barrage is a carry on top. The shatter is massive, but Dragon Watch is still alive. And this is a result no one saw coming. I mean, there was murmurs after Goliath took the series last week. Maybe Redwood had some chinks in the armor, some mortality to them. But I don't think people were expecting in the fashion that happened today for Heartbreakers to take the series 2-1 and Redwood falling to 3-2. After that explosive start in the beginning of the season, they are starting to crumble a little bit. In close series, they just can't close it out, even with strong attacks, and it's looking rough.
Yeah, absolutely, but very well played from Heartbreakers. able to use the sort of like Rhine Sigma a lot of Rhine Sigma, not the sort of like classic Rhine Diva rush we've been seeing for pretty much the whole of 2021.
Absolutely.
Excellent play, and obviously we praise Dragon Watch a lot for his excellent Hanzo play, but Silk as well, excellent nades on the Ana. Like, we don't often expect the Ana to be run in a rush comp. The BAP a lot stronger, in mobility, in ultimate arguably, but the anti-nades really getting value, forcing the lamp from Redwood. And then you're able to follow up that with the Flux, with the Shatter, whatever it is.
I think everyone's been showing up on that team. Like, great job from Heartbreakers. My heart, no pun intended, after that match. But I think if we can take a look at the updated standings, I believe that makes them on current #1 team. I think Atomic still have a chance to take that back later on in our third match. But since they just had a direct confrontation, they're both 3-2 now. That means Heartbreakers are our current #1 team in B League. Who would have expected that? And Redwood, are they not? Okay, never mind. I'll take back
until
they are in
until Atomic plays, because technically Heartbreakers has more losses than Atomic. But if Atomic loses, then yes,
you're right. Redwood, they look dominant all season, and now they're starting to show some weaknesses. Do you guys think this is on them, or maybe did the other teams in the league maybe just wake up and did their homework on how to counter them?
Just to note,
Hi,
pretty sure this is wrong. I'm pretty sure Heartbreakers should be 2.
They should be 2. Okay.
They should be above Redwood.
So it depends on if
they still
Atomic
are below
loses.
Atomic,
if Atomic loses, then I believe they move on to #1. But
well, technically, I mean, Redwood have a better map diff. So it's, which way do you want to do it? Map diff first, or
I actually don't know how we do it.
Head to head above map diff?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Typically it's map diff into head to head.
Yeah.
So technically this is correct. This is correct technically.
If they were tied,
but in our hearts,
if they were tied like
7-6,
7-6, then Heartbreakers would break it.
Okay. Well,
I think this is right. Maybe
this is right. This is right. But in our minds and in our hearts, people have Heartbreakers above them now. But in official standings, they still are below.
Well, thank you very much for the clarification.
Also, Mickey Mouse victory anyway, so it's fine.
Solomon with the copium, the copious amounts of copium.
We did have the
guys,
unlucky.
There's no favorites here, okay? There's no favorites here at BPL. Obviously, you won't have producers coming in and spewing copium about teams that lose. It's fine.
No, we want the players to do that, not the.
Yeah, that's the players' jobs on Twitter. Yeah. That's not your job.
On Discord in general.
All hail Solomon. All hail Solomon.
Let me check now. Let me check. Is it happening?
Maybe. To come back to my question, do you guys think this is just Redwood maybe being weaker than usually, or did you think the other teams just know how to play against them now? Because it seemed like the first 3 weeks, like, teams just didn't know what to do against them.
I think like a little bit of weakness, especially like Ilios as well. Like it was kind of a roll from them. Some teams just don't start hot. So maybe if Ilios was second, maybe it would have looked a bit different if we played Ilios second. But I definitely still think Redwood are a strong team. I'd still put them in the top 4. I think there's a lot of like Doomer chat going on. Redwood not winning every match, so therefore they must suck. And I don't think that's right at all.
They're still up there, so maybe don't count them out yet. I still think they're one of the best teams in B League right now. What do you think, Worst?
So this is not to take away from Heartbreakers, right? Strong team, definitely underrated going into the season. Definitely underrated going into this week potentially. But there is some spaghetti on the floor. I almost slipped off it.
Oh yeah,
coming over to this caster desk. There was some spaghetti. I almost slipped on it walking over to the caster desk. I mean, it was everywhere. So I mean, there's nothing away from Heartbreakers, but Redwood, man, you gotta clean some things up in certain areas.
Hopefully we can see some improvements next week. I mean, we did have that unfortunate player disconnect, but still. But yeah, I think we all need a break from that match, because that was quite intense when all the distance went to overtime on map 3. We're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be back with Hayden Overwatch team facing Nitemare. So don't go anywhere.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN. Get a discounted rate on the world's largest premium VPN service with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Head to expressvpn.com/BPL and help support our shows.
Aside from all the leaves that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the dreams that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the leaves that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the dreams that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. I'm here 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 on my own. Aside from all the leaves that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the dreams that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the leaves that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own. Aside from all the dreams that surround us, I'm just a hero on my own.
Hi, we're back, everyone. Next up, it's going to be Hayden Overwatch team taking on Nitemare. We were joking before we went on the air that, whenever Nitemare playing, it's always us on the desk. But they're a very fun team to watch, so I'm not complaining. I'm still here with Worse and Ippy. Of course, the big story going into this game is that Hayden Overwatch team, they gave us arguably one of the biggest upsets last week. It's just that they were on the receiving end. They helped us in unbooming an entire team's mental by giving Gerald fan club their first win. Since then, some stuff happened. I believe Recurve is now coaching them. He's turning a new leaf and coaching a B-League team. Ippy, do you see any hope
he's
for
coaching
this?
a Robbie team. Let's be specific here.
Oh,
He's
he's coaching
coaching a
a Robbie.
Robbie
I
team.
think I definitely
He's
think
coaching a Robbie team.
Do you see any hope for this team?
I mean, regarding Recurve coaching, obviously, he's had a great record with B League teams before. I don't know if there was one team in season 2. What was the name? Yeah, well, he's coaching that team, so I'm sure great
He
success.
went and got cigarettes, is what I heard.
Yeah. So he has a great job at picking flex support players. I'll say that much. Anyway, but no, I think definitely coaching is gonna help a bit. I mean, you've got players like Tanakbeat on Hayden Overwatch team, who I think is always gonna do well. And maybe actually then it is that the coaching is the buff that Hayden Overwatch team need. I just don't know if it's recurve coaching, but maybe
Well,
maybe
we have another coach
I
here,
will,
believe, with
I
us.
will remain unbiased and unsquimbucks as possible, as I also kind of coach that team. Recurve has stepped in. He's very good at y'all hate on Recurve coaching because it's got Recurve attached to the name. He's good at coach. I'm gonna be honest, literally unattached to the name, good coach. But yeah, I'm gonna not bring up
Recurve and B League are like oil and water,
dude. I honestly, it's fine.
Well, could
They
change now.
vibing so
Okay,
far.
right, we've got
I will
official
not say.
recommendation.
I will not give any opinions on the strength of these teams based on insider information. What I can say is they lost the Gerald fan club, but there was potentially some enhancements used by one of the players,
no.
which was then
Yeah,
admitted by that player in an interview live on stream, which may have been a lot of creatine.
I guess we'll
But
see if that
hey,
was the reason, but let's
Did
we can see
dude, I
that.
talked to Gerald the other day, and I talked to Gerald 2 times. One on the interview and one that other day. Completely different person. Gerald in the interview his heart was going to explode. and he was going to die on stream. But he's fine now. He didn't
He's
die.
fine. He's playing later, I think. But yeah, if you look at the match history here, one thing that strikes out definitely is that Nitemare, they're kind of a two-sided team. They win against arguably weaker teams. I would say with Heartbreakers in week 1 definitely were weaker than they are now, and they lose against teams that are better, like on the higher tier of B League standings. So I guess it really is a question of if they can be a bit more consistent or if they're actually a top team. I guess they can be happy with their 2-2 record right now. What do you think they need to change in order to have a shot at getting a win tonight?
I think Nitemare need to play something that isn't. I think they're an excellent rush team. Rain, obviously, like a good Reinhardt player, despite the ping. But like they are a very rush heavy like players. I'd like to see a bit more like double shield, which is quite strong right now. I'll say that, and they would have played like double shield all the time last week or something in a game I didn't see. But
yeah, we also have a new player. We also have a new player joining Hayden Overwatch team. Just to mention real quick, we have the Gurgler or Michael or whatever they want to go by, former League 0 player and a pickup that made quite some waves in B League chat. I think people that watched that chat definitely saw that discussion last week. He might be a savior for this team. We'll see as we head in. I believe, yeah, he is playing off tank today, so we're heading into Lijiang. So let's go.
As we get in here, gonna be the second match of today. Nitemare versus Hayden Overwatch team. Hayden Overwatch team trying to get back from an unfortunate defeat last week against Gerald Fan Club, and Nitemare trying to find some amount of success outside of just beating, like trying to continue the streak of beating the lower tier teams here. Important to note, Dux is going to be in on that DPS slot, is a main support, I believe, by nature, and as the hit scan is out, and Ready Ascend showing off why they are considered a very good DPS in this league, as instantly sim TP into death.
So I was immediately going to comment on the composition from Nitemare. Rain, not a diva player. Obviously, the main tank on the team currently playing off tank. Traditionally does play the Zarya when they're running this matchup. And I was going to comment on how the Zarya not the strongest pick, especially in this kind of comp. But if your Junkrat just gets 2, that doesn't matter.
Now we are going to watch them try to retake here into this sim defended point. Can be quite difficult. TP in the back does form some aggression here. He's gonna have to watch out for the shatter. It is blocked by Robbie there, as the lamp is the only thing keeping him up in the fight, but not enough. The window plus Ascend's spam damage is combined with a little bit of Pumpku microwave is enough to break open the fight for them, and back to the defense.
Yeah, textbook fight really. Good hold, able to build up to the window, didn't really achieve the most value there, but still got the fight won. And you've now got the Sim Wall and the Tire, both strong ultimates. Hayden Overwatch team really not working with much. We'll see, expecting some TB strats here. We'll see what they end up doing.
Gonna be the Tire to start, already finds 2. The lamp is just not out fast enough. There's again another quick cleanup here from Nitemare. And should just be them resetting back into spawn. What do they have to work with there is the question. They have quite a bit, but YZ now named as Toasty. The rebrand is fully done, so Toasty has that beat.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, at this point you are looking at like the advantage in terms of ultimates going over to Hayden Overwatch team. They've just got to have a good engage here with the Flux. Probably gives them a window in.
Now they're going to use that Flux to buy space and make sure the tanks can't run away from the Blizzard. The Shatter in the backside does catch the tanks, plus that Baptiste in a sense, still being a little bit of a goblin on the backside, does find some effectiveness, but finally they've made their mark on this point, but they've used every single resource they possibly could have had to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nitemare will take up to 99. They are coming up to this grab. It has been a long grab. You definitely don't swap off, even if Zarya is a little bit weak right now. And you don't have a diva on the other side to eat it. Sigma could potentially eat it, but it's not common to see. But I mean, if Pomku dies like that immediately, maybe you don't need to grab.
But Ascend on the backside is just unafraid. Gets the Tire off it as well. The grab is going to beat them all up and looked very good there. Pumpku was gone, but Ascend, you gotta watch your flanks. You gotta be careful of those flanking DPS, and they just were not. And it resulted in them just losing it all. And now they have to go into the second round with the map life on the line. And it's just, can they do it against a team that obviously comfortable in their Sim Junkrat?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it depends Garden. So obviously, like, I think the Sim 2 Fuel Wall is potentially, the window, potentially strongest map. But yeah, you don't expect the Junkrat, and I'm glad to see this swapping off. So Nitemare actually teasing the Ball comp, a Ball Zarya comp, is a little bit rare, I'd say, compared to like something a bit more like standard, like the 6-man that Hayden Overwatch team are running out on. But I think that's just due to a Reigns hero pool that they're going with that. So I'd like to see how they end up supporting the Zarya with Mercy Zen. It's not the best support for like a very aggressive hero like that. And actually, you see kind of Nitemare not like very coy playing around the Sombra.
Yeah, and it's going to be control potentially over this right side area. Geisha, some would call it, as Rain. Showing off why Zarya isn't the greatest pick at times here, because sometimes you just get walked at and you have no way to get out. Now it's just a full reset here. The 6-man showing off a little bit more effectiveness than that mirrored composition in the last round.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Rain swapping over to the Diva. Actually, go to mirror the 6-man here. I think it's definitely the pick, even if Rain maybe isn't the best Diva player on the team. You play it for the comp. Zarya is just. It's very difficult to support a Zarya with Mercy Zen, and she just gets walked at really. A hack to start off, but it's not really finding much value.
Now the hack is there. Ascend is now the target. They are forced to back off as Majestic somehow goes in the backside and finds a lot as the Gurgler, the new pickup for this team. Finding two, one of them off the map. And a good start here, 35 to go. And it's only just the beginning of the round though.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a weird fight, random Lucio. What do you even call the bullets? Do they have a name? Sound waves?
Sound bullets.
Yeah, sound bullets.
Bullets sound.
Just kind of flies through the entire team. Tank be on a flank here, teleporting to the back line, looking for the Death Blossom. There it is.
There's a nice hack, keeps Tom out of the fight. And so far, so good. Looking much stronger here on the 6-man. As it's paid off dividends for them, but now you watch here, it comes down to the EMP. You have an ult advantage for Hayden, but you can't use those ults if you are completely hacked up. So, all about avoiding that for Majestic.
Yeah, absolutely. But Hayden Overwatch team doing a great job of rotating these ultimates. Using 2 at a time. You've got the other 4 ready to go. You expect the EMP into here. It's really your fight-winning ultimate. We look to see it here, and it's a big one. Gets 5.
Good job there to go faster with the EMP. Now you're on last fight. Pumpku even used the EMP of his own. It's not like you have a staggered fight with EMP as your bailout. You only have that coalescence. The Winston's gonna try to touch through the window. Ducks could possibly get a hack off here. If they're lucky, they don't even have to. They jump into the point and they just are not able to do it.
Yeah, just a little bit late there. And definitely, you want that EMP back if you are Nitemare. It potentially fight winning. You're able to get the Sombra in invisible on the point, able to contest. You don't need your monkey to dive in and suicide really to be able to touch that point. And maybe you turn it around, but we move on to control center, and as you expect, you go back to the rush. The J Silly, the Sim, it's gonna be a lot of orbs flying through. It's just gonna be a party, I think. In White Room.
Interesting. I was seeing the Sigma over the Diva here.
Yeah, and it's a bit more damage, but is it gonna get you enough space? No, apparently not.
Oh, I feel like
he dies immediately.
The taps with the DM there, you could save your backside, but you're gonna back up here. 15 seconds to go. The deciding round here to decide. I just said that twice, but who's gonna go with the advantage into that second map? And that's really all it is. All the pressure gets kind of alleviated in a sense, but they're gonna have to deal with the pressure of the Junkrat spam here, though. Already gonna go in, get some value, do some displacement, but can they get more than that? Nope, Tom is already dead. You're gonna have to deal with Pumpku eventually. is already going to go down to 30 HP, but won't get finished off until quite late into the fight. But the first slip does go over the Nitemare, but quickly the second fight will be Hayden Overwatch's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, yeah, you know, even though you give up first cap, you know, you're able to work around the enemy team. Really, Nitemare should have pushed once they saw them split. You know, go on a single target there, maybe to finish them off, but you know they don't. And you know, Hayden drops the window early. You know, really wanted to keep them out at this point.
Alright, to deny some value here. Sen doesn't have that tire just quite yet, but perhaps going to be pushing with that wall. They don't have much to stop them now that the window is gone. That TP is a bit weird. But looking for the Shadow Fountains, 2 on the backside, and could lose their life, but they're going to trade up 2 for it. I don't know if that's very much worth it, as your front line is now going to get rolled over. Technically finds the tire there, but I don't know if it's enough. The Sim turrets are still alive, but Ascend has not been dealt with. Could have been taken out by the turrets there. You're waiting for Robbie to get back into this fight. You could see the solo tire onto the Lucio. No. Instead, you're going to wait. You're looking for something, looking for anything on the backside of this fight. Going to have to throw it on Lucio, who's already dead. Kind of a wasted tire. The wall is now buying space, preventing Ascend from just getting in there. As they say that, though, the 2-tap onto Hayden. He is just going everywhere. The bouncy castle on the point. And he's going to get the mega health pack to sustain back into the fight. They get 60%, but that's not enough, I would say. Not that's not enough, but it's all they're going to get.
Yeah, and I mean, Ascend, he uses the tire to basically kill a 1 HP Lucio, but then builds up immediately back up to 44%. You know, maybe it's a bit like the Genji phenomenon, where like Genji in the neutral is better than Genji with a blade. Maybe Ascend is just better without the tire. As Hayden Overwatch team come back in with only the beat. They engage, not looking for an Eager Push.
Ooh, that's a 4-man shadow here. And the beat had faded by that point. You're not going to find much. Probably a reset here. You trade out Thomas, but I don't think it's enough. As the Sim wall splits the point and prevents you from really assisting your Sim there. Toasty or Wisey, the rebrand again, completing. Doesn't finds 2, but now it's just back to spawn.
Yeah, they get the DMEC on rain, which is an advantage coming into this fight if they can act quickly enough. And they've got the Sim wall, a good engage tool. They've got the tire, you know, able to get someone, but you know it's going to be matched by Ascend here. And Ascend has done a bit of work, but it's technically coming up with the tire first.
Panic, looking for something here. The lamp is gone. 2 seconds to go. The shatter is good, and the follow-up is there, and they kept the point almost instantly. It's very strong from them, but now they have to contend with a tire and a bomb here.
Yeah, but Hayden has the window to be able to contest this point here. You know, hold this choke as they get a late pick onto Ascend. Good identification. Ascend was still alive. But you know, they do have the tools to be able to hold this point.
They're gonna bomb through here, look for something. It does force out the lamp, and Tepi finds with just 1 concussion mine the life of the Baptiste. Ascend's tire has to be massive here. You have to be caring. Your supports need to be careful. They're not careful enough. You've lost them. And you're looking for this people on point, but I don't know if you can find it. Tanic is under fire and potentially could lose their life. Just not keeping track of the tire quite enough might cost them this point, as they have no ultimates here.
Yeah, absolutely. That was looking so good for Hayden Overwatch team. But a clutch tire takes out both supports. Really good value there. You know, the rest of the team just not able to sustain on that point. You imagine if they missed just one support, you know, that is the sustain they needed. But they're going to come back in, like, with no ultimates against the Sim wall. They have the touch, but do they have anything else?
Shatter finds 2 in the backside. They don't have the lamp for their main tank. And a very close here, 99-99. You finally get the beat you're looking for. You find Thomas. Can you find more is the question. You almost have the tire here from Tanic, but he's under fire, under threat from a Sim CP turret. He has a lot here, but he has to live. Ascend is chasing him down, looking for something, looking for anything. And instantly, Ascend is on top of it. He understands where it's coming from. He knows where the Joker at last was. He takes it out. So much damage onto this point. You lose your Lucio here. Rain is 1 HP, finally loses that mech. Rob just wants to shatter as fast as possible, but where are you going to throw it? You're going to throw it on the Moira. You're going to take out their main healing. It's now gone from the fight. This is so back and forth. There was such a... And Ascend, he could make it work again with the tire. Are they tracking it? They do. Tanic takes it out, just like Ascend took his own. And now the fight is over. 99.99. It's flipping back over. Only the Symmetra can touch. But it's not enough. The wick burns down. And bam, Hayden Overwatch team with the comeback here to take the first map.
What a play from Tannic B. Again, showing the Junkrat neutral phenomenon of the tires, not that great. But Tannic B with the mines and and the bombs, absolute value. Gets 2. And turns that fight around. Robbie able to live there with the Shatty, heal back up, solo shatters the Moira, correct play, I think. Making sure that Nitemare don't have the sustain they need to be able to, look for a clutch pick. Solo shatter, absolutely worth it. And great play from Hayden Overwatch team, coming back, looking great on the 6-man in our map and garden, and coming back on rush as well. A few clutch plays here and there, but I think it's looking good for them. Now Nitemare on the other hand, they're still looking into it. This is absolutely winnable as we look to our next map.
Will be Eichenwald for our next map here, as we get some Rob Nations in the chat. Obviously, a lot of Rob fans, they want to see him succeed. The last week match against Gerald Fan Club was quite a disappointment for a lot of people that were rooting there for Robbie. But, I mean, you definitely can see this roster. It feels very much... Tannic B does a lot of work for this team, so does Robbie. Those two are like the soul of this team, it feels like, when you watch them play. You definitely felt it there on that last map. As we're going to go to Eichenwald, and it's going to be interesting. Probably a lot more of that rush composition. But it really does come down to, how does your rush operate on that second point? Does it get stopped? Does it get held? Or can you find a way through it? Or do you have to swap? Because at third point, you're going right back to rush. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see the double shield on A defense first, looking for a better setup on B if you do end up losing A. But yeah, I think Eichenwald, especially B, is a lot about the coordinated rotations. It's so easy to just, have rained on from above from the castle defense and lose people on the rotation. So I want to see some clean rotations on the attack here, able to get through B. And I imagine we'll be having Sat B back in for Nitemare. Sat B, obviously, with a great history on Eichenwald. I've talked to Sat B a lot, and he loves Eichenwald, I hear. So I'm sure he's very happy to be subbed back in on this map.
Yeah, and a big thing that that Jimmy has pumped in. Rob did in fact reach Masters for the first time in his career this week. Big dubs for the Rob Nation right there. But we're gonna have to see if that continues, if that little bit of extra confidence instilled in him can help take the second map and clean it all out. I don't think, if you are Hayden Overwatch team, you want to tempt that third map. I think you want to close it out here.
It would be a statement. It would be a statement.
It would be a statement. They're coming back in, after a lot of people were like, haha, you lost the GFC. Of course, a juiced up, potentially, with a lot of substances, but,
Yeah.
That's
we don't approve substance abuse here at BPL.
No, not those kind of substances. I'm talking about pre-workout. A lot of pre-workout. A lot of. I don't know if you were there for that. I don't think you were there for that.
No.
So
last week was a fever dream, as far as I'm aware.
Basically, Gerald came into a live interview after winning that match, about to have his heart explode, because he took like so much pre-workout before the match, like too much pre-workout before the match.
Speaking of workout, we got Mr. Beastburger here actually on Hayden Overwatch team on the defense, and Nitemare still not running Sat B. Maybe away today, but a great wall, great stun.
Tannic has just been pretty stellar on this May so far, and now Robbie looking for the pin, doesn't find it, but the damage is enough. Now the Gurgler going to be swapping over here. Was on that off tank, is now on that DPS. Obviously, their main other DPS player, Greeny, is out today, so swapping between Dux, who is now on Lucia, and Gurgler on that DPS position.
Yeah, a lot of swaps for Hayden Overwatch team, but I mean, it pays off. You come into point B with almost 6 minutes. That is terrifying as a prospect. And some good ults built up. You're close to this window. You're able to take castle control, as I imagine they're doing. They do have it. It's going to be really oppressive for Nitemare to come back in. But actually, they wrap around straight onto the point. great rotation, but is it going to pay off?
Will it pay off? They take out Beastburger, who was anchoring down that point, but Rain is now low. The Shadow comes out, puts 2-3 on the ground. Robbie does not have anything to react but his hammer, and that he does. They've done a good job at stalling out this point, but how much does it do in the grand terms? I think maybe they can even just keep this point right here if they win this fight right now. They do have the Orisa in play. Of course, both of these players are both main tank players, I believe, or...
Yeah, both Thomas and Rain. I guess that's why they're on the double main tank.
Yeah.
Ryan and Orisa, a bit of an uncommon strategy, but the Gurgler with the High Noon, it's a good pick.
The Shatter puts 2 on the ground. Robbie not going to push forward, imbued with confidence past that window. Is not going to take that amplified damage and is going to receive a lot of amplified healing now. They're going to be swinging on Tom here, going to clean him up. And what are they going to do with this positioning? You told us about second point. It's all about those rotations. What will they do with it now?
So imagine, yeah, you kind of have to challenge, the right side as we're looking here. I don't think you got enough time to wrap around now, and I think it would be a mistake if they tried to do that. You fight directly on the point. Get your supports back up on that little hill. I think they're playing this well. And the High Noon and versus the...
Oh, I forgot!
Oh!
I forgot about him. He got past the wall. The wall wasn't quite enough. And now they've lost the fight because of it. The dragon was forced out. You got a lot out of them there. Only that beat does remain, but you don't have much yourself.
Yeah, Nitemare, a very expensive fight for them. Sure, Hayden know which team used the beat, and they're not very close to any other ultimates. They really only the bomb. But Nitemare making some swaps. Send onto the May. An obvious pick in kind of against the rush. Able to lock down that. This castle here, a very enclosed space. But is the Orisa going to get that much value?
Hasn't so far. Burns is under pressure right now. He's very low with that beat. We're going to have to care for Rain with the Shatter. Here is now unabated. Doesn't have to worry about much. He's going to have to back off, though. Potentially could have tried out that diva out of the mech, but back under fire. The Gurgler on the off angle here is 5 HP. Going to try to descend for that health pack, but not going to find it. The rest of the fight is cleaned up, and something interesting. I totally forgot this is the team with Sappy. A great off-tank player is not here. He's at a robotics competition. So that's why
I see. So he's building his own diva.
Yes, building his own diva.
That must be what it is. Like, there's no other possible robot you could be building in a presumably school competition, huh? But Hayden Overwatch team, look at these ults. They're glowing yellow. Big ults, the Blizzard, the Shatter, the window, which they engage with.
He's so low, if there's 25 HP less, they would have just died to that, and instantly Tanic B is on top of it. And now, Dux finds the pick there. Rain's going to commit Shadow. You committed beat for this, and I don't think the fight's in your favor. But you're going to have to get on that point if you don't want them to recontest it. Already backed up all the way. I bet they're just yelling, hey, get the cart, guys.
Yeah, and we haven't mentioned his name yet, but Burns, he dies. But are they going to be able to...
You had to throw that in there, huh? You had to throw that in there. He dies.
The Cassidy is here, ready to touch. It is an odd one, but doesn't get there in time. Actually, it's Mini through the window.
Wall off the High Noon. Will it stay up long enough? Yes, it is. The Cassidy, though, is still on that flank. Does have the flashbang available. Tanic B notices, is on that. Doesn't let them get the value they so desire. The fight cleans up. They get the staggered fight, but at what cost? How much ult charge did you just give over to the enemy team for that?
Yeah, and not only ult charge, but ultimates. The Bat Window, the Cassidy High Noon, both invested. Sure, you got Blizzard and Bongo, very strong, which they engage with. Able to potentially buy some space. They actually used both, with no kills yet.
The Blizzard there from Tanic was cancelled by the flashbang. Sends in danger if the Gurgler does hit a shot there. Doesn't happen. Unfortunate. The wall is going to be committed. Maybe you can wall up your own Cassidy, but you don't have it because Tanic did in fact die. But you can now pressure out this left corner here. You're going to run straight into them and hit a few Beastburger, but they don't have much in the way of healing for them. This Rain is now back. Doesn't have the Shatter to try and get them in danger. It's going to get flashed up, taking a lot of damage in this corner. As it's just Tanic absolutely just sending it onto the Reinhardt. Doesn't live, but does trade out for the value of the Rein's life. And now it's just a stall situation. They can't even touch. Great boops and body blocking there from Hayden Overwatch team as they go 2 minutes right now.
Yeah, that's a great time to cap with. like blazingly fast. And I think as well, like all that C rotation was just good ult rotations. That entire C push. You know, they use their own blizzard. You know, you get not only cancel their blizzard, but use your blizzard as well. You know, able to win that fight. Then the window laid on top. You know, Great Wall comes out. You know, it just pretty much just running through them with a lawnmower almost. You know, the lawnmower of ultimates. And
Yeah,
great play, and it's going to be tough for Nitemare to match that.
it is gonna be tough indeed here. And I mean, you gotta hope, one, that they snooze the ads before they're played, because that's happening in a minute. Or sub. You can also sub. That's also cool. You can do that. You can skip the ads. It's a built-in ad blocker to Twitch. You know, sometimes your ad blocker doesn't work. Subs do the trick. As we see a pause, perhaps because they don't have that Twitch Prime available.
But you could. Isn't it called Prime Gaming? You can use Prime Gaming, of course, to subscribe to your favorite
Thank you, Gabe.
Twitch channel.
Twitch Prime.
For free. You can do that. So what I want to talk about while we're in this pause is the Zarya again. Rain's teasing the Zarya, and we've seen before. I don't like the Zarya. I don't like the Zarya pick from Rain. We'll have to see, you know, when we come back from this pause for whatever reason we're paused for, whether it finds value.
It's
Solomon.
Solomon's here.
I want to tell people about the ads because I basically got an email from Twitch saying, hey, we got a new automatic ad system, and if you use it and have 2 minutes of ads per hour, you'll get a double ad rate. So we're trying it out. It's a little funky and it's really hard to time. So we're currently in an ad. There's 30 seconds left of the ad. And then
So
that means
no
we
one's
get double
been
money.
able to hear us, unless you've been subscribed.
Of
which
course.
case, hello, secret
you
subscriber chat. Hello.
Yeah, hi subscribers or ad blockers, I guess.
Yeah, ad blockers. Who would do that?
Or VOD watchers.
You get so many advantages.
People
for
watching
subbing.
yourself
You get
lose. People watching yourself lose. Sub.
Yeah.
You get a special channel in the BPL Discord. What's better than that?
Yeah.
True.
So
And a special
I will. We're just testing it out. It will happen every 4 to 5 minutes unless I push it back, but I can only push it back once an hour. Hello, everybody else. Welcome back from the ad break. So, yeah, I'm just trying it out, seeing what it's like. If it's easy to time, but I have already missed 2 snooze buttons. So, just like how I wake up every afternoon, I miss my snooze buttons. I'm currently in a pause because of something. I don't know what it is. There you go.
Teams communicating with the admins? Who would do that?
The admin just said this ratio, so I'm not sure what it was.
Or having admins that say this ratio.
There's a
That
ratio.
also could be an issue.
There's a skill issue, diagnosis, skill issue involved.
But
we'll get back.
Hit GM before Overwatch 2 comes out.
Burns, I don't think that's gonna happen.
That's now too many times we've said Burns this game. So
They're waiting for me. My bad. All right, here we go.
They're waiting for you. Solomon. People leave. Avast leave. All those funny emotes on Twitch. On bettertwitch.tv. As
he's gone.
But we're back in, and you talking about before everything. Rain Zarya.
So they're teasing the same comp they run out on Lijiang Garden with. The Ball Zarya, Mercy Sen, whatever the DPS are. And it legs Echo, okay, sure. I do not know how this is going to work at all versus the Rush. They are going to run at the Zarya and reduce the Zarya's HP to 0 very quickly. I think is what's going to happen. That's my prediction. So, unless they've got a very specific strategy that they've been scrimming for, I'm hoping to see a swap soon.
Yeah, and we're gonna see very traditional Rush come out. This ball is gonna go in. How long will they last? They get flashbanged. They get the bubble to leave. And finally, they don't instantly die on that, but Rob's shield extremely low and under pressure. slam back in the back line. Rob is one shot, has to force out that lamp. Beastburger gets a little bit too proactive there. Loses the mech for it as ball kind of just goes flying right now. So unsure of what to do. Is getting pocketed by the Mercy so far, but might get chased down here. But there's no Diva to do so. Is kind of just, they do be rolling. They do be rolling right now.
They're kind of playing pinball back here. So despite the huge advantage that Nitemare will get with the sort of poke from the legs, you see the ult charge, the extreme amount of ult charge for Ponku here, but just not able to like really capitalize off it. They break the shield, they demake the Diva, and then they kind of just fall over because they can't rush into the rush. And they're not on the rush comp themselves. And now Hayden Overwatch team, now they have the window, which can instantly burn down the ball if they decide to do so.
Mines will come out. Tanic B loses their life to a different set of mines. The sticky bombs find their desired effect, and now it's the time for them to walk in. Robbie hits a shatter, but the team behind them just isn't there. But with that said, it's going to be Docs finding 2 on the Lucio, committing the beat right after. The High Noon might find something, but it's shut down. Mini not allowing them to continue there. There's the 2 frags, just even up the fight. And finally, Tanic is back after dying first. Has the Blizzard if they feel like committing it. Hayden is there to support, but are not going to commit in an ill-advised fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just great picks overall, like a good pick to start out, obviously. Sticky bombs ramming from above. I kind of wanted to see the window engage a bit more proactively there. It's kind of reactive to the mines. That kind of is a kind of like almost anti-synergy. Oh, the Gurgler, hello. The Gurgler.
The Gurgler do be touching the cart.
He do be gurgling.
Live on stream, do be touching the cart. Don't know what that was about.
Maybe
now the rest of the team is also doing it.
Maybe a fat finger.
Rain is just there, living. They do be living. As now you have the Zen on the front line, not out of position anymore, using that Transcendence to reposition to the back. Discord is extremely effective right now. Titanic finds another. This fight is back and forth. I'm gonna steal this line from another caster. A checkerboard in the kill feed right now, as finally the Gurgler changes that in Hayden Overwatch's favor. And yes, I will admit that I'm gonna steal lines on cast because I'm honest.
At least you admit it.
Yeah.
I just use all my lines without questioning the original author. I'm just kidding. No one invents my lines other than me.
Yeah.
Anyway, but anyway, Nitemare, they have control of this cart, mainly just due to spawns. They have the spawn advantage. And they have this visor, but who do they use it on? Like, how do you get your soldier into position? They get a great pick onto Rain. Really not able to protect themselves.
I mean, once again, that is kind of the life of Zarya, right? You're gonna sit there and you're gonna not be able to move fast enough to get out of there. As everyone is gonna fall around them after you lost that Graviton Surge. And how do you break into this fight if not with something like a copy and grab?
Yeah,
or
it's
Tom feeding.
Certainly not like that. Yeah, I mean, you've got to like copy engage surely, and hope to maybe grab one person. But the thing is, like the very map geometry of the castle means that the opposition are so far away from you. Hopefully, Beastberg has the reaction time to be able to eat it in time. It's Hayden actually engaging with the window from the high ground, kind of locks the entire team out.
Look
it's
at
just the ball. It's just the ball pushing cart. That's actually Gurgler. Great headshot through the window.
Yeah, now it's going to be kind of Cassidy left by themselves in this top point. The EMP comes out, hits 3 people, and instantly going to take out that soldier in the backside. Rain, I mean, has been holding onto this graph for however long. It's felt like an eternity, and they'll never have an opportunity to really use it ever. They're trying to kill the Mercy, a little bit too hard, but I mean, this is kind of a tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, even with the amount of ults that Nitemare have, not only do Hayden Overwatch have more, but they're just running a better comp. Actually, Thomas swaps over to the Winston. They're now playing a kind of weird double bubble with Brig Zen. Not the kind of supports you want for a Winston, as I mean, Thomas is just jumping up, saying peekaboo, and then immediately going down again. Mini about to die. Oh, force the trans.
That's such a good
follow-up shot. I mean, that's value. That is a wasted transcendence. And
press Q challenge. Impossible. unachievable. As it's now 57 seconds. Okay? But guys, it's what just happened before my very eyes? I am
a little bit of overinvestment in.
I think they were
a
so
grab.
scared of messing up this good defense so far. They were just like, guys, if they press one Q on us, if they manage to press one Q, we're just gonna use all our ults.
Yeah, I definitely think there's a little bit too much overinvestment. Honestly, you probably didn't even need to invest the beat. It's just the Zarya, not at high charge. Should be an easy kill. That does give a window to Nitemare though. Now they have ult advantage. They have this visor which they've been holding on to since the release of Overwatch 1, I imagine.
And there's echo copy.
And they've got this echo copy. It's definitely winnable. But the hack that is going to deny it. Can they finish off? They do. My goodness, it's all going wrong.
I mean, it's just been Ascend over and over, trying to play Echo. They go up for a copy. They get hacked. A great job by Tanik to identify this. Finally, the visor comes out. It finds Hayden with the help of Thomas, who built an ultimate and used it faster than Pumpku could. But he finds 3, actually 4, including himself. The copy finally comes out. Did they build up the bomb fast enough? No, they didn't. It's just going to be an Echo by themselves on this point, but they have the ability to burst down Goliath as soon as possible. The rally is out now. Can they find the effectiveness? Robbie, with that passive from Reinhardt, doesn't go over the edge. A massive bomb combined with the EMP, and Hayden Overwatch team takes the game 2-0. And
wow,
I'm happy. I'm proud of them. I know they have it in them. They have some bad matches played in the past, but now they have foundations, and they're working through it together as a team, and I'm proud of them. And I'm gonna go have a good talk with them after this.
But definitely a great showing for Hayden Overwatch team, a team which I think before you look at the standings and you think, they're the team that gave the win away to Gerald fan club. But now you see quite a dominant win over Nitemare. There was definitely a lot of misplays from Nitemare, mainly in terms of compositions. But again, you could attribute that partly to Satby not being available. But Hayden Overwatch team, very, very good comp choices, ult rotations, just intelligent play from Hayden Overwatch team, and that coaching, getting work done.
Yeah, great showing for them for sure. My webcam seems to have died.
Happening to load videos. You changed your look up a little bit, JB. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, sure. We'll just do it like this. Yeah, great showing from Hayden Overwatch team. They stopped their downward trend. They caught themselves, and at least for now, they move up from last place. Depending on how Gerald fan club will do after this. Who do you think was the standout player for you tonight? I mean, obviously Robbie has been showing up, has been impressing his fans, the Rob Nation in chat. But I also gotta say their newcomer, Gurgler, has definitely shown some promise tonight.
Yeah, apart from the one rolling off castle and flanking and dying immediately, which was a little odd. I want to know what's happening in the comments.
It's called playmaking.
Yeah. But no, it looks like we might get some interviews in for this time. We got the Gurgler and Hayden, the eponymous player on Hayden Overwatch team, coming in eventually. Not yet.
Waiting on something. We're waiting on something.
We're still waiting.
The politician Robbie may have pulled some strings here, potentially.
Wes, would you say this is on you that they won tonight?
No, this is on the fact that this team has a lot of talent on it. Mostly driven, in my eyes, by 2 very strong vocal and in-game players from Robbie and Tanik. Everyone knows the Rob Nation. Tanik also very vocal, also very strong in the game, and also the fact that they have somebody to tell them when they do dumb shit. For example, Recurve and me can both tell them when they do dumb shit, and so they stop doing the dumb shit.
Absolutely, more intelligent players, I definitely think. As we bring in Gurgler and Hayden, welcome to the broadcast.
Gurgler, the new player,
Hello.
and Hayden, he does a work.
They did it.
Hayden, the captain. How's it feel to get a win finally again here?
Well, how does it feel for you, Hayden? Because I always win. I don't know.
You just.
Yeah.
Your team had some trouble past weeks.
Feels good. We got some new staff. Big shout out to Recurve. Stepped in, helped us coach. Also, Worst, shout out to you for helping us coach as well. They were a big help, helping us get organized, helping us learn what we are as a team, and helping us build an identity and help us win. So that's nice.
Yeah, after seeing those fun clubs, I don't. My opinion is going down a little bit here, but well. Oh yeah, you mentioned Recurve being on your team now as a coach. Naturally, or like historically, having very strong opinions towards B League, but why is he suddenly coaching your team now? Is this Recurve turning a new leaf here?
Recurve's a really he's a really cool dude. Like he has this persona of being like, oh, I am the big bad. I hate B League. I hate everyone. But no, he's like a really smart guy. He's awesome to be coached, and he's good friends with Robbie. So it was good to get him in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Recurve is perhaps the biggest Robbie fan club member. He's always talking about Robbie. And Robbie played excellently today. Really good play from him.
Shout out to him. He hit Masters the other day.
Yeah, he did.
We didn't mention that. Yeah, congrats, Robbie.
Huge, massive.
So Gergler, you just joined this team a couple days ago. I heard you were like on 1.5 scrims so far. How's it like playing with the people on Hayden Overwatch team? You enjoying yourself there?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun. Honestly, the thing is, I've been playing in the same kind of tournaments for the past 2 years, so it's really refreshing to just see a bunch of new faces and work with a bunch of new people. So I'm really excited to continue playing for the team, and I'll show up to more scrims. I was a little busy this week, but yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
I believe you have a bit planned. I just been warned.
You have a camera for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I have the camera.
He's not called Gergler for a reason.
Yeah. So I haven't done this in a while, but all right. You guys are on a delay, so you can't see it, but all right.
I'm like none of a delay.
No
Hashtag get gurgled.
That was disgusting. That was disgusting.
As this man dies, because all of that went into the wrong pipe.
You gotta do this every week now.
Gurgled. Oh God,
Please don't.
I'm down.
Please
Hey, I'm
don't.
down. I got
Again, we do not condone hurting yourself in any way for content. There's other ways to make content.
I've done 5 of these in 30 seconds. I don't think one hurts me at all. But yeah, honestly, I came from League Zero. Not really the best rep, but I've been really enjoying talking and getting to meet a bunch of new people in the server. Most people have been welcome with warm arms, which is just a really kind of refreshing new thing to see. So yeah, personally, I'm really excited to continue in BPL, keep playing. I don't know if I should be in B League, to be honest, based off today.
You're replacing a Masters off tank. I think.
I know. But
I mean, you definitely have some chances to prove us that you're
if you win B League, you get promoted. That's not true at all, but
that's not true.
That's
not true at all. But it's unofficially not true.
Also, I guess now that you mentioned League Zero, kind of ironic that Recurve's now coaching a team of League Zero players. I think that's funny too.
He's coaching a Robbie team.
The Robbie offset,
coaching a Robbie team, right?
It's
If
you look at the pie chart of Recurve's attention, it's Robbie 90% of it, and then there's a sliver of League Zero players, so it offsets. It's fine.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Hayden and Gergler. Now I know what you called the Gergler, I guess.
There you go.
I didn't know that coming into this. I just been warned, so yeah, great. Thank you very much for coming out, and see you guys again next week.
Yep. You guys have a great night. Thank you for letting me on.
All right, and with that, we're done with this match. Up next, we got Atomic facing off against Gerald Club. Will Gerald Club get their second win in a row and potentially establish a reign of terror upon B League?
Terrifying. That would be terrifying.
We're gonna find out after a short break, so stay tuned, guys.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
I've got a feeling love don't have to be the way you say it is.
Well, it's gotta be that way with me. Cause I don't need not one man. Not that a hot shot's never gonna fail no other time.
Welcome. It's me. I'm here, joined by Salsa. How are you doing today, Salsa?
Pretty good.
Well, we're here for the last two matches of the day, Atomic versus Gerald Fan Club. We have up first, I think one of the favorite teams of B League, Gerald Fan Club. Are you a fan of Gerald, Salsa, would you say?
A little bit, I think.
So
I
you
think-
consider yourself part of Gerald Fan Club, right?
Potentially.
See, that's where they get you. You know, they're just like, if you're a fan, then you're part of the team, and then they assimilate you, and then eventually they take over the entire BPL. That's what they have. But you know, this is an interesting game as always. I love seeing these B League teams. They just always come up with interesting scenarios and team comps, and just fun to see. Yeah, let's have a look at their history. Well, it's pretty much the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's looking like it should be a one-sided game, but you never know. Gerald Fan Club, I believe in them. They can bring it back.
I think the tear that Atomic has been going on, like, I think there's actually some pretty decent teams in that group. So, really only dropping to Redwood. I'm forgetting the name. I'm terrible.
Redwood Rockets. Redwood is the.
I'm so sorry. Yeah,
contenders.
It's been a long day.
Mm-hmm.
It
does look like a Redbird, so you know I don't blame you. It is a Redbird team.
No. Other than that, I mean, they just got dealt their first loss last time in a very close upset game. So I mean, I think they've been doing really well. And Gerald Fan Club, they just got their first win last week, so they might have some momentum. So I think there is a chance, an incredibly low chance, but for any members of the fan club out there, you have a shot, is what I'm saying.
So you're a believer.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to put myself in the believer camp, but I'm trying to give some hope out there to the believers. I'm actually just trying to encourage people to spend their channel points on gambling in favor of them in order to scam people.
You're basically an NFT seller at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this.
Buy. Go.
I'm sure we're gonna get a Gerald Fan Club NFT at some point. Gerald will get on it. Gerald seems like the person. Hey Gerald, if you make an NFT, I will buy it. Alright, well, coming on to it, we're on Busan. And we're seeing a relatively normal comp so far. Let's see if Hayden sticks on that Torbjorn.
Yeah, the Torb is really where I'm a bit questionable in the rush.
Gerald's not TPing. Oh, they are. Never mind.
Yeah, they don't have TP, and they're somehow still actually really close to point, so it's honestly kind of surprising.
No, but early on, Red team is definitely taking out the early spot. Wait, they've chosen to go around. Oh, the Ryan's wall F and
it works out. So sad today.
That is really interesting to see because they had the earlier aggression, but then they just backed off and let themselves get cornered, and now they're just stuck on the high ground and just gave them an extra pick. So Atomic should be taking this point unless something goes terribly wrong. I mean, this was kind of a loss as soon as they left the spawn because they weren't fast enough to get there.
I mean, they were surprisingly quick, and the rotation that they took was actually not that bad, but unfortunately they did. I think the utility the Mei brings you is just so much more than what you get from the rest of your DPS. As Hayden takes a dive off the map, courtesy of Rafa. Wait, the tank line? Wait, the tank line. Oh no. And the blizzard?
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh no,
He eats the blizzard. This is turning out a lot closer than I was expecting. This should have been an easy win for Atomic, but they're having to for it. They might even lose. They actually just lose, I think.
No, wait, no, the tanks are back. The tanks are back. There's a shot.
Well, both tanks are back, so this is still an even fight, and Blue does have... Gerald Falcon does have control of the point, and now they are able to flip it.
Okay,
this is the classic B League. You know, you never know what to expect.
It's the classic B League. I mean, Flappy used Window, and Atomic used Blizzard Wall, and...
Yeah, coming up on this fight, though.
You win?
Coming up on this fight, both Rhines has Shatter, so let's see who's able to hit it first. The versatile Hayden's out with the Koom on point, and it's so far not getting a lot of value. But Ryan is about to Shatter, doesn't have anything. But
that was a good one.
Yeah, McCree's able to find one. It should still be a win for Gerald Fan Club, but they are getting a few picks here and there. Oh, the charge into the wall.
I mean, I think that actually was the correct play. I don't think you make it back if you try charging.
Sometimes you just gotta go for it. You know, sometimes you just gotta take one with you. Just gotta take one for the team. But you know, Gerald Fan Club actually bringing it back. They won their second fight, and now they have point control again.
I mean, they've given up point control both of these fights. Oh, Redwood just gets dumped.
That window was actually so good. Perfectly timed window there. Fire strike through it. Takes care of Kiwaba, and this should be another fight win. And we're up to nearly 80%. And I think Gerald Fan Club might actually take this map.
I mean, they're actually really looking like it, because that was the first fight they did not concede the point. The previous fights they conceded point, but still ultimately won. And this time, like during a critical fight to get to 99, they actually keep it up. So they are forced to use ultimates just to touch now.
Atomic actually had 4 ults, so they've already used 2 of them. Haven't gone much for it, but oh, the shatter is massive from Kappa. What a wonderful shatter! I think that's it. That's point.
That is definitely it. I mean, it's a miracle
nothing that can do.
Back here.
That was all on Catboy. Just a wonderful shatter there at the end, and that brings it back. And Joel Fan Club does take the first point. You know, a little bit surprising, especially how it started. You know, it was really weird, the rotation at the start, but it did work out in the end. And Joel Fan Club are up 1-0 and on Busan.
Yeah. I mean, okay, we have it's Sanctuary. This will be interesting to see how, like, I mean, both teams are probably going to be going to, like, the dive-ish.
Yeah, it's 6-man.
I mean, 6-man, actually, yes. It's double 6-man.
The classic 6-man. When in doubt, go back to 6-man. But that's what we're seeing for both teams. I do still give the edge to Atomic, but, you know, Joe Fan Club did make it interesting in the last map. So let's see how this one works out. Both teams doing...
I mean, I think 6-man is going to be a lot more of like a neutralizer, perhaps, rather than the silly compositions we saw last map.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be, you know, just a neutral game. Whoever has the better mechanics overall wins. But, you know, weird things can happen. Just like that, T falls over. And this should be a quick early point capture for Atomic. I say that, but you never know, you know.
I mean...
Are those...
No, they are...
What? How do they get 2... How does Rafa get 2 boops there? What? Why are you even in a position to get boop?
So, you see we have a Reddit Lucio in the server. So
No, okay. On this point, on this map specifically, it should not ever be in a position where you are able to be booped off.
I mean, no, they were playing around the pack on the right.
Why?
Boy just gets destroyed by Reborn, by the way.
Yeah.
So this fight's now very much in favor of Gerald Fan Club. But
yeah, early pick from Gerald Fan Club, but it's still even so far. A lot of old exchange. Oh, as I say that, Reborn comes in with the Reaper ult, the rare Reaper ult that actually gets kills, and they are able to flip it. You know, Gerald Fan Club actually playing really well, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's actually really helpful that they got this fight out like before the EMP could come off, and now you're going to match EMP so you could counter it next fight. Like you can just trade him. To stabilize.
This will be interesting
for Gerald Fan Club, which is actually a lot more important to also potentially negate the EMP, and that's going to be, I think, the key ultimate in this next fight. Is how to deal with that.
Especially considering that they have Reaper ult, which Gerald Fan Club massive EMP, and that's just an easy win right there, and they don't even need to use anything else. Well, they still use the bomb, but yeah, just
use an EMP, use bomb, you know.
Yeah, it's a clean engage right there, early engage, and just ensures them the fight win. But coming up with the next fight, four ults from Atomic, so should be heavily favored for them, but you never know.
Yeah, it really comes down to how much value does Missy's beat get in comparison to the ultimates that Atomic like cash in for. EMP comes out, it doesn't get anyone, it gets hacked out.
What the hell? Yeah, I was so confused. It actually got what a play there from Hayden. Just hacks out the EMP, and now I think this is still very even. They still have beat. If they want to bring this back, please don't get whooped off again. Please stay off the edge. Oh, there we go. Now it's even, back to even because Hammerdown has gone down.
Positive for Gerald Fan Club right now. They're up a person.
Oh, they're up 2 now. Oh, this is turning out a lot different than I was expecting.
Goes down. That could be a change. You don't have the shield anymore. But
VMP, they still have the beat, so that's
they still have the beat.
And Hayden's just about to come up to another EMP, and we're up to 90% nearly. And
I mean, yeah, it's over.
I think it's looking like a early 1-0 from Gerald Fan Club.
Yeah, I mean, Hayden just monstered, hacking out the EMP and just sealing the game for them, basically.
The beat finally comes up. I feel like it was a bit of an early beat, but I think
it was an early beat, but you had the ultimate advantage. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the EMP comes up.
If Verity gets this EMP and wins the fight somehow, it's a miracle, and it should never happen, ever.
Yeah, then that's just pretty much it. An early beat and then an EMP engage, and it's all up to the Tracer, and it's not enough in the end. Gerald Fan Club do take the first map. You know, they're here to play. We weren't hyping them up. You know, maybe you should have not said that in chat. Now I might lose more money. Oh. Wow. Pika in chat says I was the problem.
Oh, that's depressing.
I don't want to say one way or the other, Pika. I'm kidding. I love Pika. Well, there we go. Gerald Fan Club up 1-0. Is Atomic the #1 seed in B League?
I think it was still Redwood.
Can we have a look at the standings?
Check. Yeah, can we bring up the standings?
Yo, it's me, Teku. I'm just reading chat. I guess we can look at the standings.
I just pulled it up. So they were the #1 seed. Looks like coming into this week, but now that matches have already started, when they entered the game, they entered as the top seed. They are 3-1 with a +3 map differential, and Redwood is 3-2 currently with a +4.
Yeah, I see. Yep. I mean, so they definitely are the team to beat, at least for now, anyway.
Absolutely.
And I think if Gerald Fan Club are the ones to take them down, that'll be very interesting to see how the last few weeks play out.
Absolutely, especially like the parity kind of we saw. Like last week, we had who was it? It was 7-piece taking out Heartbreakers, who was up there. We had Goliath take down Redwood. last week as well. Good upsets, and now it could be what currently is the number 1 seeded team lose. Like they're in a very bad position against the 8th seeded team. So B League, really all we've learned is that it's chaos, and that's something we knew. That started in season 1.
Yeah, I mean that's just how B League goes every time. I mean, Gerald Fan Club is currently at the bottom of the table, so them taking out the top team is pretty poetic. You know, it's David versus Goliath right there. That is something Gerald would do. I think Gerald is the David of BPL B League, and I don't know who's the Goliath, but it might be Atomic. But you know,
I mean, I would probably guess it would be Goliath, but
no, that doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? That's not a thing. You can't say that. They're in the middle. All right. Well, up 1-0 from Gerald Fan Club. I think we are going to.
I think it was Blizzard World.
Yeah. We're going to Blizzard World next. So please bring out the Bastion. That's all I say. Every time I see a B League game, you bring out the Bastion. Come on, teams. Stop being scared. Bring out the Bastion. Overwatch is only.
Wrong. They should.
We all know Overwatch is only here for like 2 more months, and that's pretty much it. So this is your last chance. Bring it up.
No, it's going to be here for a lot longer than 2 months, but also it won't. It'll just phase out of existence for a bit. Like it'll still be there, but you can't interact with it at all.
It'll be a dream.
Yeah. Hopping into the defensive comp, we have double shield from Gerald Fan Club with the legs.
We're also back to T. Orisa, something I love to see. And Gerald is in, so Gerald here to muster his troops and bring them to victory. So
that's why he's on legs, so that he can be the commander of the group.
Absolutely.
I see. I got it. Versus like a standard rush from Atomic. So
yeah, nothing too weird or surprising, but yeah, here we go. Rush versus Gerald comp. I don't know what to call this comp. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
just early poke so far. Why are they not on the high ground? That's what I want to know.
That really is the good question of why I'm taking the high ground. Just let this.
And now Atomic has taken the high ground. So advantage Atomic so far.
And now they swap places.
And now they're on point, and now they're just running away. This is, like I said, this is an interesting comp.
Hey, sometimes you have to give up a couple ticks.
Yeah, sometimes you have to give up a couple ticks and just lose the fight.
Angel's just dead. Oh, no.
I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, that was, I could see that fight having lost, like, as soon as they left the choke. And I was like, yeah, they're just gonna go around, go on the high ground, just kill them. Think of what they're gonna do. And that's exactly what happened, so...
The only kill anyone he got was for Fan Club was Reborn's turret.
Yeah, I mean,
but it did slow down Cute White Boy, who has now just gotten back to the team. So
yeah, of course.
Who's the real winner?
That's the real strategy, and that's how you win in the end. Slow down the Rhine.
Okay, so some swaps come out from Gerald Fan Club. Gerald is on to Echo, and Missy is swapped to match that with the Mercy. I don't know how much I'm a fan of the Mercy Echo, like pocket, but
McCree's already down, so the Echo is kind of free right now. They're gonna do a lot of damage here. They have to care the window, but they're still doing so much damage here right now, and no one's challenging them. But as I say, that Atomic are just pushing the corner. So
I mean, it's probably
just
the
gonna cap second.
Yeah, they can't cap second. If they just keep up second, that's really atrocious.
They're just letting them push. What is? And their Gerald goes down to the middle
and stunned out of it.
Hammer down. Just wonderful plays there from him. Takes out the Echo, takes out the Sigma during the flux, and I think that's his second right there.
Yeah, that's second.
Yep.
Anyone had 119 on or 119? 112 on the bingo card today?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like Gerald Fan Cup doesn't know what to do, which is kind of weird because Gerald is on the team right now, so they should have their captain, their leader, telling them what to do. But maybe
well,
this is
maybe the call is to throw, letting a comics guard get down after losing the first map, so that they come back on map 3 and dominate.
Of course, that's 5 head. Well, so far they're nearly all the way through point 3 as well, because there were some staggers. They had some staggers there at the end. It was Gerald, I believe, and someone else. And now they have a free mail and a shatter, and they are just. I mean, I don't even like. What do you even say at this point? Like, this is a bit of a domination. This is kind of what I expected, first map, but you know,
I mean,
maybe they just needed some time.
I still think with the amount of time they have left, there's a non-zero chance that they can actually finish it more time than they started with.
Yeah, I feel like that's
I think they can't touch the part again, but it's possible.
That was their one, you know. Oh my God, it's just slaughter out there.
They have stopped.
Kills, and that's. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Gerald. Oh, Gerald gets a pick, I believe.
Oh, let's go, Gerald. All right, 5
mind.
seconds. they burned off a total of 5 seconds off the total time bank.
Yeah, a bit of a 113. You know, not a 112, but still extremely fast for Atomic. Just
actually, it's a
dominance
114. We
all
haven't
around.
seen a 113. We never fucking will.
Of course. I mean, there's just dominance there from Atomic. I think that was basically a comp diff. I don't think Gerald Fan Cup either didn't know how to play their comp, or that comp was just underpowered to begin with. So,
I mean, I think that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it was a terrible composition. I didn't like the legs, I'll be honest, but I think the composition could have worked. I think the problem is that they didn't take the high ground, so they just gave Atomic free rotation throughout the entire first point, and then they were they just always had to be trying to swap compositions because they couldn't really regain their ground because of just the massive amount of momentum, ultimate charge, everything in favor of Atomic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a comp based on poke damage, and if you're not doing poke damage, you're not doing anything. So they had to be on the high ground doing damage at the start, but they were just out-rotated. But they're sticking with it. They're on the same comp on attack, which is, I feel like, an even worse idea, but maybe they have something in mind. You know, maybe they have a plan.
I hope
you never know what Gerald is thinking, you know? It's an enigma. No one can predict it.
Yeah, well, now that they've ran it down mid, I think they might be able to predict it.
Look at how much damage T just took walking through the show.
Look at Flappy's ultimate charge. 31%?
Yeah.
10 seconds in? Easy.
Oh, there we go. The wall's actually great. Takes out Diva and takes out T. I mean, that's just. I mean, yeah. This comp is way too slow to maneuver around a May wall. I don't think they're gonna do much of anything if they stick on this comp.
No, absolutely.
Reborn
I mean,
does switch to the Hanzo at least. So.
No. I mean, like, I think it really like. I think honestly the DPS could say Missy has to get on to like Lucio just to speed up the Arista.
Is this a comfort pick thing? Because they were playing Ryan on last map.
I think it's just a. Wait,
that's okay.
wait.
That's just wonderful there, and the dragon on the point as well pushes them all away, and I think that might actually be really cool. Another pick. Reborn was like, you know what? I'm just gonna win. I'm just gonna win. Don't worry, guys. I got this. He just gets the 2 most important picks in that fight, and that's first point. I mean, if you're gonna do that, then sure, you can stick with this. You know.
Yeah. Just wait until Reborn.
Simply hit headshot on the May. You know, that's the strategy right there. Just click head or fire arrow into head.
Yeah.
Well,
click,
that's
click where head will be in like 2 seconds.
Yep. Oh, that's first point from Gerald Fan Club. Again, they have to fight over this
we're back to
choke.
goats.
The copy there from Gerald, and everyone just running away from it. I feel so bad. He's wall up. He's not even gonna get the shatter off, and that's it. Unfortunate, Gerald. Well,
actually, you could see him like press, like his ultimate charge go down, so you know he was like smashing Q the most he could, and then got pinned out of it.
Yeah. Oh. The Dragon Exchange and Macreol. I think this is pretty even so far, but actually Gerald Fan Club takes out 2 right there, and they're actually gonna win this fight despite that early pick from Atomic. Really good. They were just I think they were just baiting Gerald up there, let the team just go around and get those picks. And now we're on to almost second, not quite there. I don't know if they will contest this. They should.
They will. They have a whole team.
Oh, Missy goes down. That's just a massive pick. That's just a free fight, honestly. Gerald is left alone and without his mercy and goes down. And they were so close to getting it. I think if Missy didn't go down, they had a pretty good chance of taking that. But now they're walking into a Ryan Shatter and a window. So a bit of a tough task for Gerald and his team.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you you have like the bongo, you have the you have the Valkyrie, so you have stuff to play with, but it has to be like you can't easily react to the shatter necessarily with the with T's shield.
You don't block, you can't block shatters with Orisa or Orisa shield. Come on.
You can.
See, there you go.
It's just
See, there you go. Easy. See that I can't believe you doubted T like that. You simply stand in front of the Ryan and put up your gold and just tank the shatter.
that is absolutely one way. I mean, I was going to say is that you can't if you start to hear the shatter, other tanks you can just press right click or whatever. Like Ryan,
I mean,
shield immediately in response if you're good.
Yeah. But you were doubting T, so that's I had to.
Yeah, yeah, I did deserve it. I won't lie.
Well, now Gerald Fan Club have a few ultimates. They have the dragon. They really have a copy again, and a bomb, and a window, and a mercy. So they're pretty stacked for this fight. Should be able to win this.
High noon coming up.
Early high noon. Please don't at this. Okay. I get so scared when people just walk into Macreol for no reason. Just wait a second, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh no. They're all stuck in the room and just Dragon just clears them out. What a copy from Gerald. Wonderful. And
it was worth it. It triggered the other Lucio.
Oh wait, true. 5 hit. Gerald is just smarter than all of us, We don't expect. Oh no. Kemi just from the spawn takes out Gerald, and now we're back to the spawn.
Yeah, Hammerdown has another high noon. How did that happen, huh?
He was sitting in the back just shooting people. That's how.
I mean, I know how, but you can't let that happen if you want to win the game.
Yeah, maybe they don't want to win the game. Have you ever considered that? Maybe.
Well, you see, the Busan is the counter to that because they were playing out of their minds there.
No, like you said, it's part of the plan to go to map 3. This is a bit of a, just get their guard down. Be ready for map 3. We're on to the last fight.
Reborn?
Wonderful pick there from Reborn. I think Reborn might just decide to win again, but Hammer down in the back with the high noon doesn't get anything. Someone needs to look at him. Don't let him get all the kills. Gerald's getting some good damage. Takes out the Lucio. Takes out the McCree. This is really even so far. Advantage Gerald, but they are coming back from spawn, so it's good turn any.
What?
Yeah, what the hell? Okay, well, guess no one was looking at them. Still kind of even because they have the spawn advantage, but
no, unfortunately, I mean it's just one baby diva, I think.
Yeah.
Riddle.
the Ryan on point was just
Oh, I thought he was gonna touch.
the Ryan on point was just too much for them to handle, and there we go, 1-1. I don't know if
really
that was
honestly,
was that Gerald
I
fan
mean-
club dropping the ball or Atomic playing like they should have.
I mean, I think honestly, it's a bit of a comp diff. I think in that case, you just kind of need to run rush and not try to run Orisa comps.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
defense,
they were running rush.
Defense on A, fine. Because like double shield works there. But then you try running it for the rest of the map, and I was against rush, and the DPS situation is just weird. And then you ran Orisa Diva against rush on attack. That just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean,
And
the weird thing
like
about
the
that
only
is
reason they took A was Reborn just said, "I'm gonna win," and then Reborn said, "I don't really feel like winning on B."
I have no idea why they switched off. Like they were playing rush on Busan. Like I don't know, like they just wanted to play this comp or why. It's not like they weren't capable of doing it. So maybe it was just an experiment. You know, Gerald likes to toy with his team. Perhaps it's like you play Orisa today, or I will fire you. I don't know how that team structure works, but we're up 1-1. We're 1-1 even. You know, this a lot closer than we were expecting, and now we're on to map 3, and Gerald fan club still has a decent chance of taking it if they decide to not pick the dumb comp. But what's last map?
Dorado.
Well, they can play the Orisa comp there on defense at least. So if they stick with that, they are, you know, the rush isn't necessarily that strong on Dorado, but they actually have to stay on the high ground and get some poke in and not just, you know, let them go around you and push you up the high ground. So that'll be interesting to see how they go about it.
That implies that they took the high ground.
No. Okay. So there was a Torbjorn on the high ground. So
oh, my bad.
He was there. It just had no protection, and he just got pushed off, and then he just ran away. So it wasn't. There was some thought. You know, it wasn't that there was no one on high ground. They knew the high ground was a good idea. You know, it was considered. But yeah, you know, pretty exciting match so far, though. I think really good plays from both teams. I think Reborn looked really good on the Hanzo. You should see more of that. Gerald on the Echo, you know, not very inspiring, I will say. But again, I think that's all part of the plan. You know, now he's gonna come out on, I don't know, legs or something and just kill everyone.
Yeah, it was sandbagging.
Absolutely, yeah.
Why do you think it was such a role in map 1? It was to raise expectations, and then you have to cause a crash in the economy.
Yeah, you gotta exactly.
So that you buy back all your stock, and then you
pump
can sell it up. Yeah, pump it
it's
up.
a pump
Exactly.
right? I told Gerald he's gonna sell this match as an NFT. That's what he's gonna do. We're just about to get into our last map, Dorado, like you said. Do we have any subs?
I mean, let's take a look. Pause champ, subs.
Yeah. Oh, Barrett, has already left the game. Well, it looks like they're back to the team map 1 roster anyway.
Similar, I think.
No, I think this. I think that's the map 1.
Gerald fan
roster,
club.
because
This is the roster for map 1, and then Atomic. I mean, Rafa's not back in, and I don't. Was a Siren playing? Am I just stupid?
I think Osiren was playing map 1. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't remember map 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if they just rotated out the whole support line or what. But I know Rafa played map 1, so because Rafa got the double boop and was complaining that it wouldn't be on Twitter. So
Yeah, I was chat saying Osiren played map. So yeah, Osiren has been
All
there
right,
the whole
thank
time.
you. Cool.
Gerald fan club on
Very
the dive comp though, the full-on 6-man. That's what they played on Sanctuary and turned out really good for them. So
I mean, I
very
think this
stoked here.
is a good time to play 6-man on like this early part of Dorado, especially.
Yeah,
Most of Dorado is
but-
fine, honestly.
Yeah, it's an alright comp for Dorado. Definitely playable if you take the high ground properly and not just stay on point guard or something. But early pick here from Gerald fan club. You have the advantage.
And, yeah, Kemi ultimately loses the duel with the diva, the 1v1.
Yeah, slowly creeping up to the EMP, the most important ultimate in this comp, and they're doing a lot of poke damage. This poke damage is just great from Joe fan club.
They have staved off the atomic attack for now. They do have to retreat a bit because he was taken out during the fight, and Huipo will be here already. So this will be a difficult place to hold. The window comes out, they're already retreating. It's the immediate call.
I mean, you can just run away.
Wait,
with
Reborn?
this comp.
Reborn?
I'm
What are
not
you doing?
sure why he's hiding. He does not have ultimate. So
If you had ult, this would be the biggest hog play in all time. And that shatter gets 4 and kills the whole team.
Yeah. Well, that's.
Wait, they used high noon too?
Yeah, they shattered in the high noon just to finish off those little people.
I don't know if I agree with the use of the high noon there. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I feel like definitely Reborn should have stayed with his team. If they were retreating, they should have gone the other way and not, being alone in the back. So, unfortunate there, but they do have EMP now, so they can regain some momentum.
Yeah, I mean this EMP it'll be huge. Plus they get so
We're down.
early
It's just a long card and goes down. So, a bit of an unfortunate. Please don't use EMP here. You
do not
need
use
it.
EMP.
Yeah, that's good. Smart from Hayden not to waste EMP. And now they have control of the choke, which is really good on this comp, especially because you can just stay on both high grounds and just jump when they push you.
Absolutely. I mean, like the Atomic's probably gonna have to cash in at least one of their 3 ultimates of Blizzard Bomber B just to try to get past this choke here.
I don't see how Blizzard gets any value against this comp though, because I
mean, I also agree with that. I don't think like Blizzard has a ton of value. EMP comes out
EMP,
in 4,
and the Reaper
uses 2 of those ultimates, and Hammer Down and Osiren are dead. So
Reborn did all the damage, but because it's Moira, he got the final blow, so it looked like Moira killed him. Even though that was definitely out of the Reaper ult.
Yeah.
But yeah, a quick EMP Reaper ult. I don't think they needed the Primal as well, but just to ensure the fight win.
Maybe that was like T being low health, so it's just a I don't want to die and then have backup kind of ultimate usage.
Yeah.
Shatter gets the tanks and Flappy, that's really bad. But the beat from this saves them both.
Oh.
That's sad.
But
it gets one? What?
That's insane. There's no way to bunch it ult. And they have Moira ult as well, so they are able to bring the fight back despite that early pick on T. So, man. I mean, I feel like this is their comp. This is what they are good at, Gerald fan club, and they're playing it really well.
This is such a mean stagger. That's so mean.
It's the funniest thing because they can just walk into spawn as well because they're right outside spawn.
I mean, I'm honestly surprised that. Yeah, I mean that's just
Did they remake or switch heroes?
No, they swapped. So they lost all their ult charge. And I think they had like 50, I think, if I wasn't mistaken. So that's just really unfortunate.
That's a lot of ult charge to lose. T is close to dying, but they almost have primal. That's really close. Oh, the Reaper ult could be massive.
Just one.
It still gets one. And a DMAC. Did they not have DM? Like, I think they were. Yeah, I think.
Oh
maybe
no!
Inner Flux.
So mean.
I don't know if I caught that correctly, but I think Reborn waited for the Matrix to start, and then he jumped after, so they couldn't, eat most of the ult. So
yeah, I mean, I also think it was before the they also watched for Hack to be out as well, because the Hack only came out at the very tail end of the whole killing spree.
Speaking of, another EMP hits 4. Do they have any combo with it? They have the Moira ult, and they're doing a lot of damage. This is actually just really well played from Gerald Fan Club. Just proper combos on their ultimates, and Now they're nearly a minute left. It's just
I mean, this is like the first opportunity that Atomic has to actually play. They've also had to swap off all of they made a mess of their tank comps. Like it was a Winston duel, and you had Sigma there for a while. Interflux swaps off of the Sigma, and Cute White has to stick on the monkey just to use the primal because you won't be able to get out of this joke otherwise.
Well, now they're both on 6 man, so
yeah,
they're even so far. Osiren stuck in this room, trying to get the Mara ult off. Pretty even so far. Gerald still has beat, so
they finally get the picks they need to actually get this cart moving, and it only took them most of their time bank.
Yeah, only them swapping to the actually good comp and just staying on.
Whoa! Are you hating on Rush?
Yes. No, Rush is fine. Rush is fine. They just weren't on. They were on Rush, and then they were on half Rush, and then they were on half 6 man.
Yeah.
So that was the issue there.
Wait,
what?
The EMP?
What? Hello? Oh my god, that was terrible. That was a terrible
EMP.
EMP.
Be like, the only way that you EMP there is that you just did not track ultimates and you did not know Missy had.
Yeah, but Missy never used beat for the last 3 fights. So
that's what I'm saying.
Know.
Like, how do you not know that they don't have beat? Like they do have beat. That was just
You have to know they have beat because they haven't used beat in like 3 minutes. So of course they have beat.
That's like the one ultimate they have in combo with.
Even if they got the hack on the Sombra there, because they got both tanks, and they would have gotten the Sombra if it didn't TP away. Even then, like, you're not gonna get those kills because they have beat. So, interesting strategy there from Atomic, but you know, a wonderful hold from Gerald. After losing first point relatively quickly, you know, they had the first fight win, but then they lost it right after, and they brought it back. And now,
yeah, I mean, that is the exact kind of hold you want to see. And now they have a very winnable situation here. Like, the cart was stopped right before the really, really brutal part of Dorado's second, where it's reasonable to actually make a defensive hold, like with a couple meters left on second. That is no longer an issue, and you just have to wheel it in.
Yeah.
And it looks like they'll be sticking with the 6 man and Atomic. This is a joke, right? Like, Kemi's gonna turn around and then go back to spawn, like swap to the Sombra, right, or something.
Yes. You're
and even
right.
then, the Sombra. Oh no.
It's not 6 man because they're on.
It's not 6 man because they're also on.
And Ryan. I mean, you can play Ryan 6 man, but you still need the Moira. You can't play BAP.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, this is a spawn hold. It's not even a close hold. They're just outside the spawn door. I don't know about this.
So who cares?
I don't know about this. Yeah.
But here comes the Sombra, and they get the hack, and like, who cares?
I mean, this is only gonna work for like 30 seconds until they, go around.
The moment Atomic gets picked off, like one
I don't know.
the whole opposition tank.
Okay.
Wait, they swapped the DPS. Oh no!
Why aren't Joe just going into the ground and jumping behind them? I don't get it. This shouldn't work. Why is it working? This should not be working. Just Gerald. Go to the voice channel. You know there's a high ground exit. Go up to the high ground, go up the stairs, go down. There's 2 stairs inside the spawn room, right? On either side, you go up to the high ground, all 6 of you, and then you jump behind them. Thoughts? Try that. Oh, they're doing it. They listen to me. They actually listen.
Wait, competitive game integrity issue? They're listening to the calls?
Yeah, actually listen to the casters. What the hell? Hey, they figured it out. That's what they needed to do. Hey, look. Hey, look how that works. What am I looking at? Man.
You do realize that you can't stagger the diva that's blocking the cart progress, right, guys?
Don't worry, They're nearly the game just came out last year. You know, they haven't gotten used to all the mechanics yet.
Yeah, true. So Gerald Fan Club has all the ultimates in the world and no composition in the world because I don't know what the hell this is.
Yeah, I mean,
Atomic are playing Rush adjacent because they don't have the May. But otherwise, they actually are kind of in a decent spot.
The beat comes out. This is a decent ult. So far, Hayden tried to go for the barrage, but just before he pressed Q, he died. So at least he still has ult. T does go in for the primal, but I don't know if that's gonna do anything against his comp right now. Somehow, Khan gets a pick on the Lucio. Yeah. It's just the weird fight right now. They're just all over the place.
So I'm a little surprised they didn't want to make the swap once they actually started to get the cart moving.
I mean, they should never have swapped to this comp anyway. They should have just stuck on 6 man.
Of course, but like here it is. Oh, that's so sad.
That's far in 2021 moment right there. Just a bit too far to do any damage and you just get flashed out. No.
Oh.
This is not like this.
Okay, Hayden, why are you swapping?
Not like this, Gerald Fan Club.
Okay,
now
there
they're going.
Wait, no.
What, they've given up.
Why is this a junk rat?
They've given up. Yeah. Oh man, that's tragic. They should have just stuck the 6 man.
There's a chance. There's a chance.
Is there?
I believe in it.
Oh,
the window's out.
The window at the start as well.
It's a bad window. I swear.
It's not bad. It's over. They have beat. They have Reaper ult still. Yeah. Yeah. That was. It's not over yet, but you know it is over. That was a game.
We could call it over when it's over, and it is. There should be no way that they lose this.
Yeah, I mean, Gel Fan Club. You know what you did when you went out on the high ground? You could have done that with 6 man.
And you could have done that like a minute earlier.
Yeah. Well, you know, really good try there from Gel Fan Club, but in the end, Atomic are able to take it. I don't even want to like. I feel like Atomic, they played really well, but this map should have been Gerald Fan Club's.
Really, what it was is that it was really honestly this map kind of felt like the battle of which team dropped their pasta more.
No, but like I mean, Atomic if you're losing your fight, it's not dropping it. It's just like
I mean, losing, but like swapping to half 6 man, half rush.
Yeah, I guess
getting spawn camped on second for 2 minutes. That's dropping pasta. That's Gerald Fan Club dropped the pot. So it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. They never had it. They never cooked the pasta. They were just in spawn, deciding how to get out when they're like, "Oh wait, guys, there's a high ground exit."
Yeah, they were still stuck on the starter salad.
You could see them like figure it out, I don't know, it's like some bacteria or something. You're just like trying to scram into little corners. First they tried the main door and they're like, no, that's not this way. And they went to the left door, like, no, not this way. Like, oh wait, there's a high ground exit. Let's go this way. That was interesting. Well, I think we have interviews, Interflex and Khan, I believe. Bring them up. Hello.
Hi.
Well, congratulations on your win, and now you're comfortably #1 seed. How are you guys feeling after week 5 of B League?
Con, do you want to go first?
We're feeling pretty good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, I have a question for you. You know, when you were planning on that close hold, did you just not expect them to go out the high ground?
Well, it's something we practiced before.
We called them to go high ground. It's just that I don't know if
they just didn't do it.
You know, yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
the close hold strat was really good though.
Yeah, I mean, like, it shouldn't have worked as well as it did, but in the end, you're able to take it. I mean, I feel like that was a bit of a bastard dropping from Gerald fan club, but
Hayden
congratulations in
did
the end.
So much, so
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, but there's just a fire moment there at the end. So, yeah. So, what other team are you guys looking up to going up against? Because now you've taken down nearly everyone else.
I want to rematch Redwood. I have so much.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to rematch? Did you lose that game?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
It was week.
That was our week 1 game, so just trying to get all the kinks out. But now that we're a few weeks in,
I
we're
have
like
so much else
we're
to
gelling
prove
so
in
well
this
now.
league. Since we're #1 seed, we just keep on going.
Yeah. I mean, because it's also a round robin, so you're not gonna go up against Redwood again. So, I mean, unless it's playoffs, so you have to wait till playoffs for that matchup. But you are #1 for now, anyway, and until someone takes you down. But you're playing really well. Who is there any player on your team that you want to highlight?
Osiren. Osiren is the powerhouse calm machine. He is goated. Him and C-Dub carry the flow of the fight, and I feel like it's crazy how much they do. It's even better on Blizzard World. We came into the map a little shook because we lost Busan, and Busan, we're really good on Busan. We're usually really good on Busan. So Osiren helped us maintain that iron steel mental, and we pulled back.
Very nice. Well, congratulations, both of you. Do you have any questions for them, Salsa?
No, not for me.
Well, I wish you all the best. You have 3 matches to go, and I believe they are. I'm not gonna look it up, but I wish you all the best in your upcoming matches, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Overwatch team, Heartbreakers, we're coming for you.
Before you go, thoughts on Overwatch 2?
Shit. Garbage.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. And that was Atomic versus Gerald fan club. Our second last game of the day. We have one more game to go, but before that, we're gonna go off to a quick break, and we'll see you after.
Brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at medify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge, and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at medify.gg/@John.
He got it out for me, He's such a lion searching prey. Sweet talking dirty on the floor. Look like an honest copy paste. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no. So spit it out to my face, it's okay. I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay, there is no one else to blame. I'm busy loving myself. I've been prioritizing, and you don't make it on that list. Don't get offended, baby. It's just a self-reviving thrift. Swarm around my head, look the way he goes. Buzzing like he thinks that he's my hero. Thinking of taking a break, shutting it down to refresh. Honey, it's all for the better. Oh no. So spit it out to my face, it's okay. I've been busy working late, unrehearsing my fate, like repeating my mistakes. It's alright, it's okay, there is no one else to blame. So spit it out to my face, it's okay. I've been busy working
Yo, what up? We have Goliath and 7-piece. We are both our 2-2 teams. Last two remaining. And both of them have, I guess, came back from kind of some upsets last week. Goliath
Don't worry.
Redwood,
I was busy providing a link to a very important thing in BPL General. Please go click on that link and do what you're supposed to do. But yeah, back to the broadcast. We have Goliath versus 7-piece, like you said. 7-piece, I think, is my favorite team. No hate to Gerald, but I like this team a lot. They do silly things, which is what I want to see. But Goliath also, is the Goliath team with Spooky on it? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it is Spooky team. So
Spooky team equal good. So I'm a big Spooky fan, as we all know. One of my goats.
If you do not like Spooky, please leave. Get out. You're not allowed to be here. That's just the rules. I'm sorry. I don't make them.
Absolutely. Yep. Looking at these records, there is pretty much even, across the board.
They're the exact same pattern. They both won their first game, lost the next two, won their most recent one, and they've actually played very similar teams. They've played.
Yeah, they've pretty much played the same exact team except the Gerald and what's the other green team? Hayden.
Heartbreakers.
Heartbreakers. Right. It does look like a heart that's been broken. Now that I think about it. But yeah, we're back to Busan. Excited to see what they bring up here. And yeah, pretty even game so far. So pretty should be an even game. So we said that last time, but let's see what these teams bring out.
I would say it was. It was just there was a little bit of pasta being spilt around all over the place.
Yeah, it was even in the sense that in the last map, neither team tried to win.
Brutal.
But yeah, there we go. So many of my favorite players on these teams. You got Freya, you got Spooky, just going up against each other. I don't know who to root for. You got Chicken Nugget.
Our favorite Lucio, Chicken Nugget God.
Yeah. Chicken. Why is he?
Because his self-professed first game, he said the rest of the tank line worked better than he did, so he'll swap to maintenance support.
What a legend! That's a real team player right there.
6-man from 7-piece and a Zarya rush comp from Goliath.
Interesting. I know who I would put my money on, but we said the last map and didn't work out. Spooky charges in, just no fear. He goes on to 10 HP and brings it back. That was some Chad Alpha Ryan gameplay right there. Just absolutely no fear. Just had trust in his team that he's gonna bail him out of that one, and they are able to take map control here.
Yeah, Spooky kind of a Chad gamer. I won't lie. I think the utility the Zarya can give you is actually pretty nice. Like, you can kind of get in there a bit more aggressively like that. It just means that you also can't really shut down the Reaper well at all.
It's more just for hitting the run. Oh, what a shot there from Spooky. Okay, Spooky just wants to win today. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because on its own, Zarya is much worse. Oh, okay. Alright, Spooky. Damn. Easy, Spooky. Yeah, on her own, Zarya is not that good of a tank, but combined with the Rhine, can enable the Rhine a lot more, and that's what they're doing. And Spooky's just been farming so far. Very, very aggressive window here, just into their spawn. It just pushes them back.
Yeah, it's a weird call. I don't dislike the call. I think it's.
No, I feel like there was
a fan of it, honestly. But
that was like an ego window right there.
Yeah.
Ooh, what a play there from Shimura. He just walks up, freezes the D.Va, gets the mail, and now they also have the Creel on top of it. Not able to find any kills so far, but okay, the grab as well. They're just dropping every ult.
So sad.
Optical does go down, but it should still be Goliath taking this fight. As I say that, 7-piece are back. They have a window up, and now they're pushing them back. Spooky goes down. Yeah. That was a okay, four players were frozen, then they had a McCreel. How did they not get any kills?
I think
Was there-
Optical just whiffed. Like, just said, I'm gonna press the button too early or something. Honestly have no clue. Like, that
Because
should
they didn't
have
have,
been a
I
kill.
didn't even see a lamp or anything, so I don't know how they just, that was interesting.
No, it was no lamp.
Yeah, well, it's 90% from Goliath, so, really good first attack there from them, but now 7 Piece actually have nearly 4 ultimates, so this will be a hard fight for them to win. Early window, but it's blocked off by the May wall. Spooky goes down again, and they should just back off here. They are able to, bring out
Get
3
the
ultimates
booster.
from
that
7
was-
Piece.
wait. Squall jumps off the cliff when the fight wasn't over yet.
Sometimes you just gotta do it preemptively, throw them off.
I guess that's true.
Spooky has another shatter.
Yeah, here it
see ya.
comes. I mean,
Oh my god,
Sky, where are you?
So, okay, well, I mean, that amazing shatter from Spooky, but honestly, if the other Ryan just decides to feed, that's just a free shatter.
Yeah, that actually
It
looks
looks
like
good for the
the
highlights.
definition of main tank difference.
Yeah, it looks good for the highlights, right? Because if you just cut out right after the Ryan died, it just looks like you just hit a nice shatter.
Yeah,
But
it's like, oh,
they have 95%, and they're not gonna get a good touch here. For down, needs to throw that mail from spawn, pretty much. Not gonna be able to get anything. Chimorin kinda just froze himself for no reason. He did not have to get frozen there, but they are safe for now. Shatter comes out from Sky, but only hits 2. Aiden Hall takes 2 back. It's still kinda even. 7 Piece are ahead, and they are able to bring it back. That was surprising, honestly. Like, the fact that they barely touched there in the end.
yeah, but they also had to invest a ton of resources into it. Like, you only have the bomb from Bean Can, and Goliath will have both of their support ultimates, and Spooky's been the grinder of a lifetime when it comes to the shatter. So you actually still have like a decent amount of resources to come back into this like last fight here. Early bomb from 7 Piece.
Oh, what a charge! That was perfectly timed from Sky, and that's actually
They
just
gotta get out.
really
They
well
gotta get out
played.
now.
I don't think they have time to touch here.
I mean,
It'll
yeah.
have to be
Phoenix is
Spooky
getting
on the
bullied and
ball.
They don't touch.
Yeah,
That's a shame.
that was a great aggression there at the end from 7 Piece. Just just the bomb and then the charge into the Rhine after. Like once you're in that position, you can't do much because even if you just counter charge, you're still on the ground and the bomb goes off. So just well played there from 7 Piece to bring that back. Despite a very early lead from Goliath.
Yeah. So Goliath looked to be swapping to the 6-man with the Symmetra. And 7 Piece are just going straight up 6-man. So
That's probably just for it's for TP and
it's for TP, obviously. But I don't know. Maybe Chimorin says I am gonna stick on it. No, heading back to swap to the Reaper
Nope,
is
there
the
it
right
is.
call.
Oh, but
And Goliath gets the
he's able to-
backpack.
yeah.
No, that's Freya. No, that's Freya. My
Freya gets the
colors-
backpack.
colorblind.
Yeah, despite the TP, they were able to get the pack hack earlier, so now they're just rotating 2 points. Bookie goes down, and that's just 7 Piece taking the map and the point first, I think. As I say that,
Both
those
main tanks
guys
are
really
incredibly
low.
low. This guy's at 2
As
health
the
and dead.
Phoenix is popping off. Freya, though, in the end, is able to bring it back. Opticals crash to them. That should be first capture from 7 Piece. That was all on getting that back on the right there, because if they didn't, they would have fought on the back instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of like 7 P's also get to play as a team. Like, you had Chimorin have to go back for a little bit. Bomb coming out a bit early, doesn't get anyone. And, I mean, now it's just trying to find a pick. Spooky finds Freya, and Chimorin finds Chicken Nugget God. That'll be a lot to try to push back to the Primal out from the sky. Gets nothing, and 7 Piece retreating. They have given up control.
Yeah, they were hiding from the bomb in the corner there, and that just allowed them to go around them and just kill them from both sides. So now Goliath and 7 Piece both have EMP, so it's all a matter of who has the better EMP.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Chicken Nugget God has a little bit of an advantage towards the beat over Eden Hall, but it's reasonable that. Oh, it looks so huge.
Everyone's hacked. Yeah, advantage for 7-piece so far, but Shimmer's on point with Gerald. Yeah, that's. He's just blocked off by a Winston Bubble and Diva Matrix, so not able to do anything, and now back to 7-piece. Pretty even again. As we said, these teams are just trading blow for blow, and just the map controls just going back and forth. Now I think the advantage is back towards Goliath, but an early beat from Chicken Nugget, really early beat. The counter beat, no picks so far. Sky
Goes down early.
just caught up in that position there. Why was Sky in that position? It's just, oh man. Sky, Sly, not Sky.
Yeah, very similar name.
Yeah, Sly should have been with their team, but they were caught out and just picked off early, and that's again another flip back towards Goliath. It's just been back and forth this entire map.
Yeah, but I think now we can start to point out the first key difference. Like Squall used the Coalescence in this fight, so there's a bit of difference there. But the key difference is Optical Crash now has the EMP. Freya doesn't have the match, so that could be a key ultimate to try to win the extra fight and not to keep trading back and forth. It gets 5. It's everyone but Freya. Beancan already down, and Sly soon to follow. Squeaky trades out with Sky, but there is not much hope for 7-piece here.
It's a massive EMP there. Perfectly timed EMP from Optical. As soon as the Diva bomb went out, they just hacked the mini Diva as well. So just wonderful plays there. And now Freya's still not that close to the EMP, so this might go to 99 before them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it might mean that to get to 99, Freya might have to desperation use it, which would be even better for Goliath if they want to try to reach that.
Reaper ult incoming.
Doesn't get anyone. All goes down. So not ideal for Goliath right now. It looks like they'll still lose this fight.
Yeah, the Reaper ult was way too early. They should have waited for at least a hack or for them to use DM. They just jumped in with the Reaper ult and just completely negated by hack and DM. So now Freya does have the MP and Optical is nowhere close. So now it swings the other way. If Freya is able to get a clean EMP here.
Nowhere close to the beat, so you can't even beat the counter it.
Just an early EMP, a 6-man.
It's huge. And I mean, yeah, everyone just jumps on everyone in Goliath. It's so depressing for these players. Optical actually gets a decent amount of ultimate charge despite that at 90%, and and the touch comes through. I think that was fast enough.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't. No, that's so unfortunate.
That's it. 7-piece 2 taken in the end. I mean, that was both maps were basically like razor thin margins there, especially those last fights. Like if one pick had gone the other way, it would have easily been, Goliath's map. But 7-piece are able to take it. Spooky definitely.
Look at this.
Flipped their heart out.
What a play!
Oh yeah.
This is the one with the taunt. Show the taunt. There it is.
There it is. Wonderful. Well, that's map 1. Honestly, I expected Goliath to take both of these maps from those early engages, but 7-piece brought it back in the end. Good plays there from the good EMP, good playing around the EMP. I feel like Goliath kind of dropped the ball, especially on that second point there, because they just waited like 5 more seconds for some of the either the D matrix to be used or the bubble to be used, and then use the Reaper ult as opposed to just jumping in directly with it. That was.
It was kind of just like, oh, let's try to get in there and hope for the best. Let's be a little greedy and see if it works out. And it definitely did not work out for them here.
Yeah, but like Reaper ult is one of those ults where you have to channel it. You can't just throw it in there. Like you have 100%. To. Because if you use it for half a second, it doesn't do anything. Just like Pharah Assault, for example. Like you have to make sure at least the D matrix is out, or like they don't have hack, or you actually catch them off guard. But like he jumped on the Moira faded away, and then the other person there was the Diva, and they just ate the rest of the ult. So unfortunate, but we are up 1-0 for 7-piece. Busan is gone. I feel next is Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's Hollywood, then Havana, and then I have no idea what our fourth map is if we get draws.
Fourth map is it's Horizon. That's what we decided.
Oh. By any chance, do we know what the fifth map might be?
It's Paris, I think.
Oh, good.
But yeah, Hollywood. I feel like they're gonna go 6-man again, both teams on Hollywood. So see what they bring out with. I feel like both of these teams kind of want to play 6-man, but Spooky wants to play Ryan, so that forces Goliath to not play 6-man. So yeah,
I don't know.
See,
Spooky was playing pretty decent on the monkey too.
Yeah, it was good on the monkey, but you can tell that he wants to play.
Oh yeah,
Ryan.
I mean, absolutely comfort pick on the Rhine, and I mean on Hollywood, I think it's actually fine to play the Rhine for most of the map. I think if they want to stick to that rush, they absolutely can.
Yeah, except defense first point, like the Rhine.
Yeah,
doesn't
defense
really do
first
much.
is the one issue, but even then, I think you can make it work. It just is more like you have to be a lot more aggressive, and that's might be an issue. We'll see. It depends. Maybe they will be defending first, and then it actually becomes an issue because they'll have to then complete the map. But if they're attacking first, it actually probably be fine.
Let's see what we're on.
They are defending first, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there we go. Not on the Rhine. Smart move from them. You know, Goliath is one of the few teams with some coaching as in B League, so it's
true.
They do know the correct comps to play, even if they might not be able to play them correctly. So yeah, they're on a decent comp here for defense. Subs, yeah.
It's Stonewall in for Eden Hall and Goliath, and then Italian Mob in for Chicken Nugget and and then Cartoon Blaze is in for I'm not 100% sure. I think they got subbed in though.
Yeah. But yeah, this is a decent comp for first point from Goliath. 7 piece on a pure dive.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the proper play on Hollywood first. I think it's kind of that is the dive comp, trying to hop into the bunker, poke out any weaknesses.
Yeah, it's up to Freya on the Echo too. Oh, as I say that, I said it was gonna be up to Freya on the Echo to get some picks, but Freya just gets 2-shot by the Hanzo. Jimorin actually just farming right now, just doing so much damage. Already 50% to ult.
Yeah, I mean,
this stagger as well, and
yeah,
that's a minute gone.
Really brutal, honestly.
Yeah. Jimorin's just poking in the spawn now, and he's like, I'm not gonna get some few percent anymore.
I mean, what's the reason you wouldn't? There's no snipers like that could take your head off and actually pose a threat. There's no reason not to. You might get a pick and force out res, and they still can't really re-engage because Bean can just respawn. So it's the proper play, even if it looks a little questionable.
They're gonna try the same thing again. I feel like Garden Blade is gonna go around the back again, and then they're gonna die as soon as they're in position. But they're getting a lot of poke damage. Well, Garden Blade is on the right
really
for
bad
now.
for them, honestly.
Yeah, they're taking so much
nano
poke here.
already. This nano actually could be impactful here.
Where's the nano? There's no nano.
Nano? Mod check?
That looked like Sky was asking for Nano to jump in. There it is. There's the Nano. He's just... Oh, it has Primal as well. Okay, I think he was waiting for Primal. That was the actual wait there. And it does work out in the end. You know, Sky gets 2 picks, and yeah, it was all part of the plan. You know, you fake like you messed up the Nano, but then you just get Primal right after.
I mean, I think on one hand, I think that telegraphs pretty well to Goliath that they had Nano and that there was a miscommunication on the board. So I think there probably should have been a bit more there, but at the same time, they probably also were just expecting a Nano monkey to jump into their face instead of dropping back to the low ground, so they were a little bamboozled.
Yeah, I mean
And
they
weren't
dealt
really
with
thinking
it
about it.
decently well. Like they were about to kill him, but then he primaled. So
Yeah.
it's not really much you can do from there. But now we're back to pretty even. All the a bit of an old advantage from Goliath here, but just poke so far.
I mean, in general, just like the defensive, like this, like with the shield, the Orisa shield comp. And see you later.
Okay, well,
The bomb gets
stay.
2. And this fight should be over unless as long as they can stop Italian from getting a rev, and they do. So
it just throws me off every time you just say Italians and it's like what? All right, Italian Mob 64.
yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I have to say Italian Mob 64 every time, but
Yeah.
maybe.
But yeah, there's early picks there from Phoenix. It goes on to the next fight, and now just a reverse pick from Beancan. I feel like optical because it could have easily avoided that, but
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
And the Pulse just destroys Spooky. He's very sad.
Spooky was distracted by the Diva bomb and just turned around and got Pulse instead. Freya finishing up the kills, and now I think they should be able to take second here. I don't think Goliath has a comp to contest this if they walk out, because they're gonna walk out really slowly. They might just
No, I mean, I
fall
think
over.
this is honestly the opportunity. Oh, actually, the Dragon comes out. Actually, it gives him an opening to potentially come in. But the Sticky just kind of destroyed the team from the side, and the rally is the only thing that's kind of keeping it somewhat in this fight. And even then, it's very close. They kind of need to pick right now, but Freya dropping low on the copy, so that's good at least. But the bomb comes out, so who cares? And the picks are just going so far into 7-piece's favor. I mean, I think at this point you have to swap to this Rhine. I think it's a lot. It's on third. I think it's when you have to make the call.
Yeah. But like I said, like
the call has not been made.
I think he had bad spawn. Did he not? No.
No, he had third spawn, not second.
Wonder why he's not swapping. Oh, but yeah, this comp was too slow to contest there at the end. They should have just gone back because you can't really do much with these tanks. It's just gonna take so much poke damage just going out. But we're on to the last point, and so far they're still sticking on the same comps, despite it not working in the first two points. But it
it
should
worked
be
on
a
the
lot
first point for
stronger.
the most part. So it was fine on the first point. Second, it was fine for the first part. The second part was where it became iffy.
Yeah, it should still be
is where I'm
very strong.
concerned, especially because
this
this bomb's
could be
gonna get
big.
so much value.
Oh,
Bean can die.
Bean dies to the
Oh, this pulse though.
the pulse, it's so big. Carbon Blade has been like quietly popping off there, just getting consistent damage there, and then just the 2k pulse bombs. But Jamorin bringing it back, so not all hope lost. Is
I
all.
think Phoenix against the world right now with the purple, but now finally getting.
Yeah, we should be able to find stall it enough for his team to come back. So not that big of a deal. I don't think they can cap the point here. Yeah, the team's back. Stonewall just died. They did not need to die there, but
yeah, nice.
Yeah, this is just a slow loss from 7-piece. They need to go back. This is not a winnable fight, I think. Like they can get. Oh, as I say that, Beancan just gets a double. What? It should have happened.
That should have never happened. You're absolutely right. I mean, that's disgusting and is terrible.
I mean, that's the fight winnable, but
it doesn't actually make it winnable. The numbers are still against them. They have to use bomb just to potentially get out, which is really bad.
Okay,
But
Spooky charged, and his shield wasn't up in time. That was interesting from Spooky. He says, "Oh," because he charged towards the mini diva, but he didn't have shield up in time, so he just died.
You have a shield, bro.
Yeah, not wrong.
Not false.
Oh, it doesn't really matter in the end. He's back now with his team, and now they kind of wasted 2 minutes trying to finish that fight when they could have just retreated and gone for a full 6 versus 6. But now we're pretty much in the last fight. Oh, another good stick. Oh, what? Okay, that was really well played there from Stonewall. Like it was stuck on the shield and they dropped it, so when they recalled in and died. Well, Freya copies the Rhine, does have the shatter, but is about it. Yeah, almost. Oh, Spooky does managed to get the shadow off as he was dying. It should still be a hold here from Goliath. I don't think they have the manpower to be able to finish this here, and we're down to the last 20 seconds. So,
No, I mean, I think
as I say that, they're getting really low.
they're getting low, but they do have the really significant respawn advantage here. I mean, that's like the thing about Hollywood is it has to be a team wipe or you are not capping third, and it is not a team wipe, and the rest is to just blank. So unless Bean can get the miracle touch, it is over, and it is. So not a full completion of the map, but next to it, completion adjacent, because it requires Goliath to basically complete the map as well.
Completion adjacent. Like that.
Yeah. But also on this attack, they will probably be able to play a lot more of the Reinhardt. So if they want to go towards that route and not towards the dive, they want to go towards the rush, I think they have a decent shot. Really, the question is, what defensive composition is 7-piece running? If they're running like the really, really hard bunker, rush just isn't the pick. You're never really gonna break it, and yeah, it's the bunker, double shield with the Torb and the Ash. You are not really breaking that with just normal rush comp. You kind of need to have more of the bunker buster type deal. But it looks like they're still.
Yeah.
I mean, the swap from Phoenix to Zarya makes me feel like they actually are gonna be playing the thing, because I mean, for as much as I'd like to see double bubble, I don't think that's the play here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't get why they're on Zarya. Like they should.
Yeah, like double bubble, fun composition, but it hasn't really been viable for a little while, and I don't think really, especially with this DPS line.
It's only fun because it's fun to say. It's not actually fun to play at all.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's actually just
Wait.
Cartoon Blaze?
Wait.
No.
They still can't push in because it's taking so much poke damage here. There comes the.
Oh, wait, the turret? The turret is dead?
Yeah, turret's dead. Look, well played.
yeah, it's 65 now?
Freya. What a big from Freya though. Optical does get rest, but Freya gets another pick. Freya popping off.
The beam can going down is actually really huge.
Yeah, they have point control right now, so they can just keep poking here, and they should be able to win this. He messed up his jump. Spooky bounced off the ceiling, they couldn't actually get to the back, but he's able to find Sly, and it should just be a quick win from Goliath here.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, and there we go. You know, actually, this is we saw this like last game as well, where we're like, oh, this comp is not gonna work, and then the Hanzo just gets a pick, So sometimes we just gotta have faith in your Hanzo.
That is true. Just have faith in your Hanzo for them to win the game.
Yeah, I love that Spooky plays Winston like he's Ryan. Like when he's like 10 HP left, he just jumps in. He's like, all right, that's
That's
it.
how I play. That's how I play any main tank, honestly. So
Yeah.
I like to see it. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have confidence,
that might be the reason why I'm in bronze, huh? Let me think.
if you don't have confidence,
that's
you
also
shouldn't be playing main tank, right? You need that confidence. You gotta believe in yourself. But here we go. Primal and Copy coming in from Goliath. A quick early flux, but isn't able to find anything. Beancan is able to find one with the rock though, and Phoenix goes down, but Spooky in the back with the Primal, and he should have jumped up. That's like I said earlier, he was 10 HP, he should have just jumped back up to his team, but
Oh, I thought
is
Skull
gonna be able to... Oh,
nutty.
Skull almost got that big. That would have been massive. Dude,
I mean,
Beancan has gotten like 4 rock kills on like this map. Like what's going on? how much damage does a rock do? Like 50? Oh, that's a massive grab, but can they follow up on it? Oh, there's the dragon.
Grab dragon, but it's a little late. Yeah.
Yeah, the timing on that was really off. They
But
still do a
BPL
lot of
at
damage.
Torque and Blaze, everyone's dying for 7-piece.
Yeah, because
Spooky
they
doesn't
use
take
up all their,
experience.
they use all, they use up all their healing resources for that combo still. So even though the combo was kind of mistimed, it did do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it did force out the rally, it forced that lamp, so, I mean, those are the two key ones right there for that kind of fight. So you're absolutely correct in how they did it. And now they're kind of in the same position that the Nano onto Optical.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if I
a
like
good
cap,
Nano.
but they do cap. They do get the cap, so,
No, that's a good Nano, because Spooky wasn't there in time, so just Nano the Echo and just do some poke at the choke there. And...
No, my question was the advantage they already had in the fight of why use it at all. But
oh, right. I think Optical is about
not
to
the target, not the target. The target was fine.
Yeah.
It's the usage in general. But but they do get the fight win. The cap. They get the cap, then the fight win. So they do get this fast push right now, and they have a ton of time to deal with 7-piece third point defense. But also, this is the same thing that happened 7-piece, and then they kind of fell apart. But Sky's already dead. Optical just all the and takes him out. And now just tries to get in with the Diva copy and kind of gets stopped by the May wall. So
they're just rolling it in. They're just walking
I mean,
down.
it doesn't matter. Look at this roll, and here comes the bomb, the dragon, everything is here.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's map. I think that's it. Like, there's a grab on the point, and everyone's dead. Okay, Goliath. It's just we're like, all right, we're gonna win, and they have won, and there it is. That's Goliath 1-1. You know, bringing it back on a comp that they, like we said, they weren't. Like, didn't look like a good comp to begin with, but maybe they've practiced the double bubble and just worked out really well in the end and just actually destroyed them, kind of. It was a bit of a domination there. They would have capped with like 3 minutes or something, right? Like if it was like a point capture.
Yeah,
so
basically.
That's a really good time for Hollywood.
No, it's really good. Yeah, I mean, to see double bubble kind of have that power in current month of Overwatch, it's a little crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But
well,
I mean, it was a nice thing to see.
Absolutely. Well, I have to go, so I'll be leaving chat. We'll be joined by Worst Cast, so we're gonna go on to a quick break, and we'll be back with our last map.
Hello, everyone. I hope you guys didn't think you got rid of me that easily, as I started out the day, and we'll be finishing out here, as I am now joining Salsa Vic. Had an emergency to go to attend to. So I will be the replacement instead. So, Salsa, nice to meet you. Nice to get some casting here as we...
Yeah.
Map, actually.
Yeah, third map, Havana, so fun Overwatch time to be had by all. I mean, I think both of these teams have kind of shown that they have some proficiency with the rush comp. And Havana, at least especially on first, encourages that kind of play. I think that Seven pieces have a little bit more of the edge in general in the seven man, 6 man
Add another man.
compositions. Yeah, yeah.
That's the strength of 7 piece. They added another man to that composition.
Yeah, they're 7 pieces right there. It's that or they're playing Torbjorn because they wanted to, and that's the 7th man right there too. So I think that maybe the 7 or the 7 pieces the disadvantage they have, or not the disadvantage. It's been a long day.
It has been a long day.
The advantage of that 6-man composition is not as impactful on this map particularly. If it was like a draw and we were going to the real map, which I believe is Ilios, who actually would have made a difference. But they could not. There was no draw on the table. They lost the map, so they couldn't even not go to here. So it's going to be, I think, a decent amount of rush. Maybe some dive on like 2nd, and like the latter part's the 3rd, but it's hard to say. But I mean, on 1st is where it really is going to matter, because if you don't win 1st, the rest of the map doesn't matter. And they are attacking 1st, so Goliath already locked onto the rush with the Sigma. So actually double Sigma for both of these teams. They don't even want to try for the Diva style rush. They just want the double shields. I don't necessarily think it's the wrong play, but at the same time, I think it's a little. It's at least not traditional for most of the other maps in the game.
Yeah, both these teams opting in for that slower kind of rush style, which is a little bit of an oxymoron, a slow rush, but gonna go for that Sigma instead, a little bit more of that poke, a lot less of that defensive presence, the lack of the DM there, as we are gonna be heading in here. Defense is starting right up now, so we're getting into a 3rd map, another long one here to end the day. A very good day of Overwatch so far. The pin is going to come in there from Sky, and Spooky's on the back foot, having to run away. Not even with that 5 second going down 1 HP. They'll finally lose their life. Chimwon trying to stop that with the freeze to the backside, but it's just not enough, not fast enough to stop Sky's domination of that front line, and they're already off to a good start, breaking that spawn hold in a record time.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds for that was not the worst thing for Goliath. But, I mean, like, Spooky getting pinned there was not ideal at all, and then so many resources had to be pulled in just for Spooky to eventually get burst down. It's just really unfortunate, but that's just the way it goes. And now the card has made round to the first corner, so it's back to standard Havana play at this point. The shatter comes down from Sky, it's massive.
Sky hits 2 in the backside, but trades their life for it. Doesn't take away those frontline presences, so they're in the fight protecting those that go down. Now, just a clean cleanup, if you will, on the backside of the fight. As now everyone gonna feel the pain, not having that shield in front of them, and now 2 minutes and 30 to go. This corner can be tough.
That's really bad. Like, I mean, they use that shatter, and they freeze, I think, both tanks, or at least one tank and I think one other, and they still somehow lose like that fight just through raw damage from the rest of the team. It's really unfortunate. Flux comes out, and Spooky just shatters Freya and gets the kill. So the Flux got invested, and the window got invested, and it still doesn't matter. Just like the resources that Goliath are putting in are just having so much more impact right now, and they still have this Blizzard and this Flux to eventually use. But some early aggression from 7Ps now mean that Goliath has to be retreating. Spooky and Squall going down really early. Phoenix right behind, and Edenhall just trying to stall the cart. And it's game's about 10 seconds, so not terrible, but still really unfortunate. And good for them that they like the way that they were holding up on like in that second fight, that they can have some time to spare. They can definitely touch here. The Flux comes out. High Noon's top for it, but it gets eaten, so who cares? A lot of trades back and forth. Wow.
Okay. Awesome.
But yeah.
Yeah, so Salsa. Okay. Yeah, the fight goes over. Fight ends. They're gonna reset here. No ults on the board. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really chaotic, so I'm sorry for impeding on your words. But, I was on a roll. It was just a really wacky way that fight could have gone. But Goliath back in control, 50 seconds remain.
This is okay. Thing goes down in the front. Sky's shield is gonna go low. The lamp gonna have to get forced out because of it. The Hind in the back right. Optical Crash is gonna find that kill. A little bit of a pressure there. Tried to force out that High Noon, trying to make him back up, but instead they're just gonna hold that. And now they're down a very key part of their offense here. The flashbang and a lot of the damage. And accompanies it as Eden Hall does not respect the hammer. Throws the beat straight in front of Sky, and that disrespect is going to result in the fight lost there, as they don't have that beat to supplement their team. Really rough, unfortunate act there.
Lucy Ultimate, very good. I'm glad it doesn't auto-cast. Yeah, unfortunate. A little bit of greed, maybe, perhaps. But at the same time, it's understandable, greed. Beancan gets the rock walled, so I don't think it'll matter too much, but I think the 7, Goliath should be able to...
We walk into them. The Shatter is quite big onto the Sigma here. The pin to follow is Sky is going to do your job of holding that front line down. The Flux doesn't find anything there from Phoenix. Is just basically non-factor. Is now on the side. Just a Cassidy here for Goliath, trying to do anything they can to stall this out. It's been a little bit unimpeded since that unfortunate Ajax, if you will. Now maybe a repeat test comes in.
I mean, I really thought after, the way that they were holding on up in the window there would actually be really good, but, Spooky shatters and then immediately just gets dumpstered. Sky, Shimon just barely gets saved out of that pin, and, Sky goes down for it, so that is the defensive hold you wanted to see if you were, Goliath here. But, 7-piece do have both of their tank ultimates coming online, and, the only thing Goliaths really have to counter that is the window, and that just means kill the enemies faster. So, unless Spooky grinds with this shatter quickly or the beat somehow comes online, I don't. This is a fight really favored towards 7-piece, but the Flux only gets Sky, or only gets Spooky.
Shatter comes down. Eden Hall on the ground, not able to build up any more beat here. The Flash not going to find what they need, which is that Reinhardt's head. The mate is out of position though, doesn't realize that there's a Cassidy above them as the charge from downtown does result in the Cassidy taking out. Now they have a Ryan in the back line they have to deal with. The Flux on the point to just secure these final staggers, as potentially could have hopped off there, but not gonna do that. Gonna secure this fight.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was kind of styled on him. I won't lie. Redondo, little sad. And because the shatter and they have the beat as well for a little bit of extra insurance. This is really favored in terms of Goliath, just being able to hold this point right before second. And there it is.
The shatter is absolutely massive here from Spooky. They're looking to seal this away. The lamp in the window, though, are enough to abate the aggression. There's not much they can do. Optical will get in there, take out Freya. Gonna be no Lucio to speed them around and provide that amplified healing in an area. Is now the DPS here for Goliath. They're going crazy. The Blizzard on the cut, gonna stop Sky in their tracks, and that's all the hope's gone there for 7-piece to continue in this round. And a strong defense here from Goliath sets them up to take this series after a map 1 fumble.
Yeah, I mean, Goliath is once again has a clear win condition. Definitely doable. But they still have some difficulties coming up. Notably, don't get spawn camped for 4 minutes, or really don't get spawn camped much at all, because it's very easy to lose on Havana first. It is I would probably say it's probably one of the hardest escort maps to cap first on, and I don't think that's really a bold statement. But I think that the way they've been playing Rush has been beneficial. Did they bring out the Bastion, or is this just like spawn room shenanigans, huh?
Yeah. And
Pause
looks
champ?
like this is just gonna be just gonna be spawn hold and try to break the spawn hold, perhaps with unconventional warfare, such as the Bastion, not something we typically see.
Yeah.
Has been pulled out to try to break spawn holds, but its effectiveness is so-so at best.
Absolutely. That's why I was questioning it. Like, it just seems like a shenanigan. You just chill in the spawn room, say, ha, ha, funny joke. But it was 7 seconds left. It actually looked like they might be fine. So, yeah, they are actually. So this is their way to beat this spawn camp. Come in from the side and use the Bastion just to mow down the enemy shields.
See if it's effective for them. The wall, already going to be used out here. That's one major cooldown gone, but so is that lamp. That's now off the field here for Goliath. You're going to want to use that to push. You don't have the greatest angle here. If you are the Bastion, you're looking for damage onto fleshy targets, not these shields, not these walls, not any of them, as now you finally find it. The shields are gone, the wall is destroyed, and there's nothing to hide but the cart. But even that is under pressure, under fire from the rest of your team. And now it's a shooting range now. They are just forced out, flushed out like ducks in the weeds. Forced out right into the hunter's sights, and that'll be the first fight.
They're staying with the pirate ship. Let's go. This is what you wanted to see, honestly. This is for Invictus, who won the Bastion last game and couldn't get it. So we brought it into this game. I don't like this aggressive push with the Bastion, I'll be honest.
Could be dangerous here as Sky.
Shatter?
It's gonna shatter, but the shatter for Spooky is way bigger! 5 on the ground, forced out all the cooldowns in the world, and even the pin is gonna find another. Spooky making a case for themselves. They were a key presence in their win against Redwood, and they're continuing that here. They don't want to lose this. The pin even gonna find Bornado, as I probably mispronounced that. But massive plays from Spooky so far.
Spooky, kind of a Chad. I mean, we saw it in map 1. We saw it a bit of map 2 as well. And then, I mean, this is just disgusting. It's already over. It's first point capped. 4 minutes to get 88 meters, maybe 89 if we want to round up. I mean, that's really bad for 7-piece. Goliath has basically all the ultimates in the world that matter. Not the DPS, but who cares? You have both the tanks and both the support, so you'll be able to live through basically anything. And Spooky can just say, I want to win the game by pressing Q.
Yeah.
Because that's what it feels like every time he presses Q.
Could be... Oh, the shatter though gets canceled. Press Q, didn't win the game there. The pin from Sky is well timed, cancels out the shatter, and nothing else is going to be committed here. They understand they've lost Spooky, they've lost their rock on the point. Instead, going to be saying too far to run away off the map. Going to try and force Sky to kill them, and that they do.
Yeah, I'll be honest. That was a bit of a caster curse. Call out the Spooky. Immediately gets stopped. It's completely stuffed. Yeah, I mean, fight's already getting started.
Fight.
And
I mean, it's already over. It starts as fast as it ends
over.
right there.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was very simple. It's called both teams use windows, 7-piece did all the damage because it's a very tiny choke. The previous fight, Goliath, I mean, it was a very different, like, just how Spooky went down was just really brutal, and after that point, you kind of can't put any more resources into a pre-lost fight. So you can't really, you have to just hold S at that point.
Potentially could see the bomb here. There it is, maybe with the beat as well. Freya is found, and this bomb is not going to find the effectiveness, but Shimon, you got to watch the Diva. The remake does so much damage, and just wandered straight into it, unawares of its presence, unaware of its deadly capabilities, and they pay the price for it, but at least their team cleans up the rest of it, but some time is going to be lost with that Diva staggering the point. They're going to have a recontest here, but it'll be effective.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the Goomba stomp potential of Baby Diva now. Means you can't... Baby Diva is still a threat in some way, As long as it's in close quarters. The Blizzard gets eaten from Jamoran, so that is off the table this fight.
Hayden is going to be invested off the back of it. They're on the aggressive now, as they kind of just backing up here. They can't do much. You're zoned off the point. Both DPS ults are going to be committed to make sure of it. And now it's another reset.
I'll be honest, I think it was an overcommitting from 7-piece. That's a lot of ultimates. Window, both DPS ultimates. And Goliath is going to have both their tank ults and Window up. So, like, you have the beat, I guess, to counter one of them, but that's not great, as long as they can get through this choke. If they can get to touch the cart without having to use a resource, that's really bad for 7-piece. Shatter comes out, gets no one.
So both Shatters are used ineffectively there, but the bomb's on the back of it. The beat is going to have to commit it from Freya. Maybe out of position there, but now there's a small choke. They're going to have to walk through. Spooky decides they don't want to try and walk through it. They're going to charge through it, but it ends up with their back exposed. And Cassidy has no problem shooting it right in the back, right there. Easiest target of their life, and gonna be a quick cleanup. And again, it seems like they're hitting the head against the wall here.
It is, and now they've used all of those resources I was just going on and on about. And now it's like the opposite resources that might be coming online, but 7-piece now have a lot more to play with, and they don't have a lot of time left. They have one good fight here, and maybe a touch if this thing goes badly very fast, but they're going to the high ground immediately just to try to get something here. Sky has the Shatter online, so this could be big if they don't read it coming. There's the Shatter, it gets Spooky in the Chimoran.
The high noon is going to follow up. It's going to find the Cassidy, but you're going to get traded out. This could be bad if it's too staggered of a fight, too split of a fight. You might just lose track of your objectives here. There's even pressure being put on this cart. They went onto the bottom, but that could result in your death. But no, there's a Blizzard there, Tremor, and it's not going to get eat this time. The beat is going to get committed from Eden Hall. I don't know if it hit very much. Another time the Tremoran is squished, potentially with that cryo up. Suki is just going to swing though, has that Shatter. Now it's been built. The swinging has done its job. He's got the ult charge he needs. And it's going to be on Sky here to be the first one to touch, try to contest this out, but it looks hopeless.
I mean, it is very tough for 7-piece here, especially because Phoenix is just bullying everyone and body blocking the way to the court. There's very little distance. The bomb comes out. They have to wait. They have to wait. They can't go in. The Shatter.
The Shatter is going to get used effectively there. The ball had to wait for that bomb to go. And now they just walk into waiting arms of Spooky there, the rest of his team. It's just a simple time of cleaning this up as fast as possible. Just the Baptiste left, no lamp available, and that's it. Goliath will hit the reverse 2-0 here, bring it back in 7-piece. A tough loss for them after a very strong first map, but it's not enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very close game all around. Very back and forth. It's something, it's the classic B-League chaos that you love to see, and maybe you don't, and I don't know what else to give you here, really. You want to see chaos incarnate, this is what you come for. I mean, ultimately, the way that they kind of won that last fight was a little bit of attrition. And that kind of feels like maybe a lot of the way the whole game has gone a bit, like for both teams. Goliath is really strong on Busan, both points. And they just kind of got whittled down very close to the end and could not win that final fight that matters. They can't even touch. And that's what ultimately makes them lose. And they kind of now start to win the other way of just trading off pieces and getting the win through that means.
Yeah, and it looks like we might be having some interviewers come in. Just a second here from Goliath, of course, the winning team. Get them in a second, but I mean, right now, I mean, it's interesting because of how the standings have played out. This day has been a day of chaos, upsets. Atomic almost got upset by Gerald Fan Club. Redwood got upset. As we are again still waiting for those interviews, but for right now, it's kind of chaotic right now in B-League, and we still have a couple weeks of regulation to play as perhaps we got this figured out here. Yep, here they are joining us. We've got Optical Crash and Chamoran, both of them here from Goliath. How you guys doing after that win?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, pretty hyped up.
Ivan.
Goliath has given us back-to-back 2 reverse sweeps with incredibly close map 3s. Your hearts must be like, someone needs to look at them, like, surely.
Yeah, after that high noon that like I threw, yeah, I was like shaking. I didn't kill anything with it. I was scared.
Just very tense, you know? A lot of screaming.
And so,
Yeah, fair.
Now looking at you guys here, I mean, you guys are moving up into the 3-2 range. You're tied for 3rd, I believe, with Heartbreakers right now. Both the same map score. You beat Redwood Rockets last week, obviously in a very close one. And now with those bottom teams now, they're contesting each other, even contesting top teams. It's kind of crazy. Like, how does it all shake out in this league? Are these standings reflective of the strengths of both you and other teams?
I feel somewhat, because this BPL season, B League is pretty stacked. All these teams are extremely good. And I feel like any team can definitely lose to another one, especially if you don't, stay awake and look out. So I think it's going to be a close playoffs, or however it goes, It's just going to be very close games.
Yeah, with these B League, with the bottom teams starting to get better and competing with the top. I mean, if you have a bad day, honestly, I feel like you just like lose. I feel like you just can't have a bad day. Or your team will just just lose.
Yeah, this season's been crazy close. We seem to get random upsets all the time. You can look at the schedule from today. I don't think everyone would have put these matches going the way they did, but here they are. I think we had more last week, but a lot of these are a little interesting. But I mean, that's how it goes. Every single week it's different. You got to be on your toes in the season of B League, and I love it. I mean, I'm just gonna bring up this standing once again. Like, look how close everyone is. Like, sure, we have a bit of difference at the top and the bottom, but that middle pack is just anyone's game. Everyone's 2-3 or 3-2. Like,
well, not only that, but like Joe Fan Club was not that far away from upsetting Atomic, so we would have been 4 3-2 teams and 4 2-3 teams. Yeah, exactly. Like, so close.
Why didn't you do it, Gerald? I blame you. I blame you.
Yeah,
Gerald.
I think that is Gerald's fault.
Yes.
Why did you sub him out? That's the question I have for Gerald Fan Club.
Why did you keep him in the second game? That's my question.
They have to play Gerald. That's the reason.
I know that's
why.
Toxic, but come on.
So
he's not on pre-workout.
2 more 2 more games to play. You have a Nitemare and a Heartbreakers to play. What are you feeling going into the rest of the season?
I don't know. I feel like we can beat both of them.
Uh-huh.
After we've been playing for the past couple of weeks, I feel like we can I feel like we can sweep through both of them.
Same here, but like I said earlier, every team here has the potential. So I feel like we can definitely beat them, but it's probably not going to be like GG easy type thing. I don't think any of these matches are.
You have not exactly shown us the most dominant performances with your very close reverse sweeps, so it could go either way.
Correct.
Yeah, it's been interesting, huh?
Yep.
Yep. Thank you so much, Goliath. Sorry for stealing you guys hosting jobs, but I just love the storyline so much.
This is basically your league song.
This is basically what I used to do for season 2. Talking of which, it's Invictus. Welcome back.
Oh, I'm back.
For hosting. Oh yeah, you're supposed to do that beforehand.
You've got 3 minutes until an ad is automatically run. So what do you want to ask, Rick?
How's everyone's day today?
Very good, thank you, Rick. And much better for Goliath because they just had a very close reverse sweep on 7-piece. Congrats, you guys. We'll see you next week. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
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 Okay, that was Goliath, who are now sitting pretty on 3-2. As I said when I was talking to them, super close standings. Each team has 2 more games to play over the regular season. Obviously, this is round robin, so everyone will play everyone. That's why I said Goliath will have Nitemare and Heartbreakers to play. So you can start thinking about the next games they'll play, if they're going to have an easy record or not. And we'll probably talk about that during Relay next week. But that is, ignore that it says B League standings because it's not, but no one else told me that it was wrong, so no one else knows, it's fine.
You know what? This is A League in our hearts. I gotta be honest here.
For sure. But that's it for today. Tomorrow, if he was smart enough, he would have prepared the graphics, so we was ready to say tomorrow's games. Tomorrow we have some interesting games. That's all I can say. We have
also
an hour
crab
break.
game potentially.
I can yap them off if you'd like to hear them.
Yeah, we're doing crab game tomorrow.
Here we go. Yeah, go for it. These are tomorrow's matches.
All right, so we have Solomon and Sloths versus Six Piece at 6 p.m. Eastern time, and then we're gonna take an hour siesta, and then Galaxy versus Basalt and Battery at 8, followed by Fallout and Beat Drop Bears at 9.
So this will be some matches of which that definitely will be played. I don't know what we'll do in the break. Maybe we'll play some Crab Game. Maybe we'll play
Crab Game.
Crab Game. Yeah, maybe. I've snoozed the ads for another 5 minutes.
It's free.
It is free. So maybe we'll do that on stream. That'd be fun. Maybe we'll have someone just like Paris. I wanted to speedrun Portal on stream, so we might just have something weird. Or we'll watch like an old finals or something. I don't know, something that's
Feel Strong Man.
Yeah, some old game.
Feel Strongman Season 1.
That'll be tomorrow. I don't know who'll be producing that. Probably won't be me, but it'll be someone. So enjoy that.
He's like, I don't want to deal with you guys.
I don't want to deal with any of that.
On my day off.
Garbage. Yeah,
Solomon hates us.
I hate all of you. That's not true.
That's why he plays ads for you guys. Doesn't care.
True.
This ad system probably works well. Like, as long as I do it during breaks, then we get double ad revenue. So I'll let you know how much that was, and if it's over $2 or not.
Nice.
Yes, that's all for today. That's B League Week 5 done. 2 more games of those to do. And then tomorrow we start A League Week 5, and that'll be the final regular season match. So you really want to be here tomorrow. We're starting at 4. Dude, we have every single time we do fucking BPL, we have daylight savings start and end. So we start.
Well, I don't even keep track of it. What's on my
6.
phone? What's on my phone?
Yeah,
Keep track of it for me.
We start at 6 again tomorrow, and then 4 o'clock on Friday. Not on Sunday, even. Christ, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Just look at the website. All right, guys.
It may or may not be right. Like last time.
Wait until the Twitch app just says watch our stream and go then.
Just turn on notifications whenever
And if you're
we're
playing,
live.
know
That's
it
when
and
I missed.
know it ahead of time. If you're playing, know it ahead of time, please.
Exactly. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been a bit of a patchwork of staff today, as always. But thank you everyone for helping out. We'll see you tomorrow for A-League. Good night, everyone.
Bye.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN, Badcliff, and John_Overwatch Coaching.
A million people in the crowd, but I only see your face in all the lights. And as the bass keep pounding on me, baby, I really wanna make you mine. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives me hope. Something about you, yeah. When the sun goes down and the night sky's falling, do you believe in one-time lovers? 'Cause deep inside of my wildest dreams, you'll be by my side. When the sun goes city dancing through the night, but I'm not there. You've got me soaring in the clouds. And as the ocean is surrounding me, baby, I'm sure we lost track of time. I don't really care about love. I don't really care about happy ever afters. Something about you gives